this video, and I can't seem to find any attempts to articulate exactly what it is I've observed. The idea of a series or period within an individual artist's body of work is a familiar enough concept for everyone. Whether occurring in fiction, painting, or film, an artist produces several unique pieces of work that come to be associated with one another as a series within the artist's greater canon. Because they share similarities in tone, subject matter, style, or experimental techniques, separate artistic pieces begin to be viewed as a gestalt, separate parts that are all contributing to a unified concept. I'm not necessarily describing artwork that is intentionally tied together by the artist, like triptychs in painting or movie trilogies that deal with a sequential plot or the exact same settings or characters over multiple films. While I suppose these would fit anyone's definition, a series does not have to be something that was intentionally pursued by its creator. Rather, it can simply come together due to the ideas and aesthetic sensibilities that preoccupied the artist for a period of time. There are conscious series, and then there are unconscious series.
Fine, Teddy. What's the sitch?
Some good examples of the latter would be Lars von Trier's Depression trilogy, Cormac McCarthy's Border trilogy, Goya's Dark paintings, Picasso's Blue period. The list could fill the Amazon cloud. Okay, so enough of the Art History 101 lecture here. This standard sense of a series is easy and intuitively understood, and none of this is what I hope to describe. I was searching for a term to describe when specific themes, tones, styles, and subject matter are suddenly explored by separate artists, working entirely independently from one another at the exact same time. I hope I'm not sounding too banal here. The concept of genre may spring immediately to your mind, as well as just plain old memes. And I fully understand that many writers and artists operate in well-established aesthetic categories, and that the rise of different genres seems to evolve naturally and, in some felt sense, spontaneously over time. But most genres or memes can still be traced back to a single founder or source. Other people are then inspired by the originator, and then begin to play with these themes and ideas themselves until enough people have contributed to a concept to establish a new genre. I'm not describing a pattern of influence happening over a period of time here, but a pattern of synchronicity happening in space. I also understand that movies and books are going to share themes related to whatever major issues are at play in the world at the time of their inception. It wouldn't be to anyone's surprise if half of the blockbuster movies that get released in 2021 are about global pandemics, or global warming, or what have you. Nor is it at all noteworthy that both Hemingway and Fitzgerald wrote novels about life in the 1930s. None of this is remarkable. But imagine if a dozen of the world's film directors all released movies about large swarms of animals suddenly turning against mankind in the exact same year Alfred Hitchcock released The Birds.
Do your ninja stuff.
Imagine if several novelists, all writing in different languages and in different parts of the world, all synonymously published stories where their protagonists wake up in bed and all discover they've turned into some form of insect. What if this happened at the exact same moment in time when Kafka's Metamorphosis was published? These events would be kinda weird and eerie, right? It goes beyond coincidence and fad or mere time and place. Science has a concept called multiple discovery or simultaneous invention. This idea describes when a scientific discovery or invention is made independently and, more or less, simultaneously by multiple inventors and scientists, as allegedly happened, for example, with the camera. This idea comes the closest to capturing what I am getting at, but applied to aesthetic rather than scientific production. It's as if at times the zeitgeist or nature itself produces its own series of artistic works and channels this through multiple artists rather than a single person. I first witnessed this phenomenon when I happened to watch two movies during the same week. Bird Box and A Quiet Place were both released in 2018 and became available on Netflix at approximately the same time. Both movies reside squarely within the horror genre. Bird Box is a movie about people who can't open their eyes or they'll be devoured by monsters. A Quiet Place is a movie about people who can't open their mouths or they will be devoured by monsters. Both films deal with a negation of the senses. But this is just scratching the surface of how they relate to one another. Again, I'm growing self-conscious that I'm probably sounding like I'm spouting platitudes here, or like I'm making a mountain of a molehill. I realize that 90% of all undergraduate college essays undertake comparing two works of art and cataloging their differences and similarities. But the differences and similarities in these films go beyond the merely superficial. There is something more uncanny and unsettling about these two films when viewed side by side. While both films explore how their protagonists manage existential threats without recourse to specific human faculties, in other respects, in terms of plot, setting, and character, the movies are photo-negatives of one another, and the ways in which the films oppose one another are even more uncanny than the ways in which they are alike. Their oppositions somehow add more to how they rhyme and inform one another. At the time, I found their relationship to be so preternatural that I jumped online to investigate if there was any association. Surely these were both adaptations of books by the same author. Or if not adaptations, they must have been screenplays that share a single writer. So far, I've not been able to find any association between the two films. Bird Box was produced by Netflix, written by Eric Heiser, and based on a novel by Josh Malerman. A Quiet Place was produced by Paramount and written and directed by John Krasinski, who also plays one of the film's main protagonists. Yet, if you read their plot summaries on Wikipedia, you would have to think to yourself that this is a single artist exploring these themes in complementary stories and trying to make a holistic, overarching point. So, what is that overarching point? What am I getting at? What is the gestalt of these two films? Well, if this were an undergraduate lit paper, I'd have to spend 1,000 more words building up to this thesis, but since this is YouTube, I'll just let the cat out of the bag. A Quiet Place is a movie about what it's like to be a right-winger in America in 2018, while Bird Box is about what it's like to be a left-winger in America in 2018. Let's start with A Quiet Place. A Quiet Place tells the story of the Abbott family. The two parents, Evelyn, played by Emily Blunt, and Lee, played by John Krasinski, working both from behind and in front of the camera, are trying desperately to keep their children safe in a post-apocalyptic America populated by giant, man-eating creatures with impenetrable, armor-like exteriors and supersonic hearing. The monsters are completely blind, but will attack even the slightest noise. In order to stay safe, the Abbott family has to remain completely mute. There's next to no dialogue throughout the entire film. The family instead communicates with one another through sign language. It's perhaps an overly convenient plot device that the Abbott's eldest daughter, Reagan, played by Millicent Simmons, is deaf. But I was happy to forgive the movie for this. The inability for people to speak or make noise was a fertile premise for a horror film and created a fantastic amount of tension and suspense. It also conveys for the viewer an amazing sense of intimacy between the family members, which serves to magnify the horror when they're in jeopardy. We get to see how this family cares for and relates to one another simply through their gestures rather than their words. The first rule of good writing is show, don't tell, and this movie creates the perfect obstruction to make certain it does just that. In the opening scenes, the Abbotts are walking, barefoot so as not to make noise, hunting for supplies through a ravaged Midwestern ghost town. Eventually, we will find the family back in their rural farm. Evelyn and Lee have carved out an underground shelter under their barn where the family eats and sleeps, and where they provide their children with whatever degree of normalcy they can. We learn that they are Christian when we see them pray over a meal and watch as they engage in traditional gender roles. We see Evelyn continuing to homeschool the children while Lee works to maintain their homestead and whatever meager defenses they can muster against the monsters. One receives the message quite readily that we are in Red America. As some on the dissident right have pointed out, this is the last instance in which anyone can remember seeing a white, rural, intact Christian family with traditional gender roles being presented as the heroes. as opposed to the antagonists in a film or television show. In particular, Morgoth's review has an excellent take on this movie, which I will link to in the notes. As Morgoth points out, they are presented both sympathetically as well as in a position of weakness. Let's jump quickly to Bird Box. Unlike A Quiet Place, Bird Box jumps back and forth in time throughout the movie. The movie starts in the present, post-apocalyptic world where a woman named Mallory Hayes, played by Sandra Bullock, struggles to get herself and 2 young children on a boat. All 3 of them are blindfolded. She warns the 2 children that they are about to head down a river and to not take their blindfolds off or they will die. Then we jump back in time several years. A visibly pregnant Sandra Bullock is painting a picture in a bohemian loft apartment in an unknown American city. Her sister Jessica, played by Sarah Paulson, enters the apartment. I should note here that I found it interesting how all the plot summaries online gloss over this scene, when so much of the movie is established here. The plot summary on IMDb just states that Jessica is coming to pick up Mallory and take her to a routine appointment, and that's it. But we learn a great deal from Jessica's visit to the apartment. From the dialogue between these 2 sisters, we gather that Mallory has been abandoned by her boyfriend, whom Jessica refers to in a passive-aggressive manner as her old roommate, presumably after he learned she was pregnant. We also learn that Jessica is a lesbian. As they linger in the apartment, both sisters express contempt for the idea of the traditional family, hinting at a shared dysfunctional childhood and a shattered home life. Mallory is working on a postmodern mess of a painting which she says symbolizes a lack of connection. Jessica is there to escort her to her OBGYN appointment. Both before and during the appointment, we observe Mallory's profound indifference towards her pregnancy. Even her doctor will strongly advocate that she consider adoption if she's already so resentful towards her child. And so the gay sister and soon-to-be single mother head out the door of their Soho-style loft and head off to their OBGYN appointment. If it's not obvious to you at this point, this movie takes place deep within Blue America. I should mention that from this point on, there will be some deep spoilers. Shortly after the doctor's appointment, the apocalypse ensues. While the monsters in A Quiet Place stalk their victims using sound, the monsters in Bird Box cause anyone to go crazy and immediately commit suicide the moment they are seen. Hence the blindfolds from the first scene of the movie. Whereas in A Quiet Place, the protagonists have to deny themselves access to their voice, through Bird Box, characters will have to blindfold themselves and deny access to their vision in order to stay safe. The monsters themselves are never depicted visually in the movie. Instead, we see their victims' eyes fill up with blood as hope drains from their face after the monster, we surmise, enters their field of vision. Driving back from the hospital, Jessica witnesses something and commits suicide after deliberately crashing their car. The whole street is in a state of panic, and Mallory dashes inside a stranger's apartment, where the majority of the plot of the film will unfold. Hopefully you can begin to see what I mean when I describe these films as photo-negatives of one another. In A Quiet Place, the viewer gets the sense of the apocalypse as something external, an event that has interrupted an ordered universe and the happy, functional, traditional family life of the Abbotts. The monster is a foreign invader, an outsider that has brought chaos to what was an ordered world. In Bird Box, there was never any happiness or functionality to interrupt. Rather, the subtext and symbolism of the movie seems to indicate that this apocalypse is somehow a result of the anomie and lack of connection that Mallory describes in her painting in the film's opening minutes. The monsters of Bird Box are not an outside force, but internal. A dark discord and disturbance that existed inside Mallory well before the plot of the film and the appearance of the monsters provide the external manifestation of the chaos and disorder that is emanating from Mallory's own subjectivity. Both children and pregnancy will be major themes in both movies. While Bird Box begins with Mallory blindly escorting 2 small children in the opening minutes of A Quiet Place, before the movie's one and only time jump, we witness the loss of the Abbotts' 4-year-old son, Beau. When scavenging in the town, Beau finds a battery-powered toy spaceship. As the family is on their way home, Bo turns the toy on and attracts the attention of a nearby monster, who sweeps him up before his family can intervene. Right after Bo's abduction, the screen fades to black, and we see Day 472 on the screen before we jump forward in time. Just as online reviewers seem to have skipped over the opening dialogue in Bird Box, I found it strange how few critics have commented on the significance of the time jump. While the opening scene in Bird Box sets us up for the major themes of the movie, and clumsy, clunky exposition no less, this brief sign is the most essential 3 seconds of A Quiet Place. In fact, the inclusion of this timestamp is genius. Without it, the film would fail to work. I wouldn't be making this review, and A Quiet Place would be far less impressive an invention. The film began with the timestamp Day 89. Then we jump ahead to Day 472. When we next see the Abbott family, Evelyn is visibly pregnant and in the later stage of her 3rd trimester. 472 minus 89 is 383. The average human pregnancy lasts 280 days. So if you caught this, you would understand that Evelyn became pregnant after their apocalypse occurred. In fact, she became pregnant only after the monsters arrived and only after the death of their son, Bo. When I've pointed this out to several progressive friends, the main question they have about the movie is, well, why didn't the dude pull out? If this setting of the time frame had been dropped from the film, everyone would assume that the Abbotts were simply victims of bad timing. The pregnancy happened to occur right as the world began to come unglued. We would view all of the actions of the Abbotts simply as reactive, of making the most of a terrible situation. The one and only right-wing signaling that mainstream critics seem to have picked up on is the unsubtle pro-life messaging of A Quiet Place. About halfway through the film, we'll witness Emily Blunt attempt to give birth in her house while remaining completely silent as one of the monsters stalks her from room to room. But no reviewer has commented on the much greater, subtler, yet more holistic pro-life messaging of the movie. Because we have the knowledge of when this pregnancy occurs, the actions of the Abbott family take on a truly heroic stature. They continue to affirm life, to assert the innate goodness of life and the furthering of their family, despite the horrors of their environment and the tragedy of their loss. Even after losing a son and living in a nightmare reality, they don't succumb to the type of nihilism that the protagonist of Bird Box exhibits even before her environment gets disrupted. In A Quiet Place, the mother asks herself how she can ensure her children won't die. In A Quiet Place, 2 parents do whatever is necessary to keep their children safe in a world where every moment is life-threatening. In Bird Box, a single parent can't summon any love for her unborn child, despite living amidst the comforts and luxuries of a cosmopolitan American city. There are several jumps back and forth in time throughout Bird Box. As we continually revisit Mallory in the boat with the 2 little children, we note that neither of them have names. They're only referred to as boy and girl. Neither child has been granted an identity. Far from the intimacy and familial bonds we see with the Abbotts, Mallory treats her wards with a cold detachment, and even goes so far as to deny them the individuality and personhood of a name.
You know my price.
We can see now how these settings, as well as the nature of the characters in each film, cast a bright contrast against one another. I hope you'll agree that it isn't just that these films are opposites, but polar opposites. One is rural, one is urban. One concerns the organic relationships of family life. One has no organic relationships to speak of. One deals with blind monsters, one deals with blind victims. So, what about the monsters? What is the subtext and symbolism of the horrors we are presented with in each film? I started out by saying A Quiet Place is a movie about being right-wing in America, and that Bird Box is a movie about being left-wing in America. Why is it uniquely fitting that right-wingers be terrorized by monsters who can't see? And why is it fitting that leftists be terrorized by monsters that they can't look upon? Let's begin with A Quiet Place. Several commentators have made the observation that these monsters are essentially meant to represent political correctness. triggered as they are by the slightest noises made by rural white Americans. But I think we can zoom out a bit wider than that. I think these blind monsters are an apt metaphor for the relationship towards our technology that right-wing America finds itself in today. Or, to be more specific, these monsters represent the censorious and predatory nature of global techno-capitalism. I find it too compelling for it to be a coincidence that the toy Bo finds that alerts the monsters to his presence is a spaceship. The space exploration that began in the 1960s was a time of great optimism, undertaken by an America far more hopeful and far less divided than we are today. There was a spirit of vitality and possibility then that is now essentially gone. What do we have in its place? Instead of our technological innovation looking outward and upward to the stars, our technology has turned inward and downward towards narcissism and solipsism. Instead of colonizing Mars, we have big tech censorship and social media shitposting. Instead of soaring higher and higher into the galaxy, we seem now to only achieve higher and higher definition to our pornography. The squalor and decadence of our modern technological landscape is overseen by a technocracy that is sensitive to the slightest noises of protest. Bo's spaceship is a talisman from a time when an America more self-assured in its identity was in control of our technology, as opposed to now when the roles are reversed, when our technology controls us. Another common and somewhat fair critique made against A Quiet Place is that it's a bit far-fetched that these monsters, despite how terrifying they are, could ever defeat the US military to become the dominant species on the planet. This is a fair criticism, but one that presupposes a government that cares that middle Americans are being terrorized. If these monsters represent big tech, it's fitting that the government wouldn't step in to stop them. Have we seen the government step in to ensure middle America maintains their safety due to any recent events, or to defend their right to freedom of speech on tech platforms? All we know from what the movie shows us is that this monster is attacking the Abbott family and their environment. For all we know, the monsters are only interested in rural conservative communities. Is there any demographic you can think of at greater risk for being censored or thrown off of social media? Families are, after all, the one human relationship that can't be detached from physical and sociological reality. One's family is not an identity or an ideology that one simply adopts. And so one's family, one's home, where one originates from, is the one aspect of one's identity that resists commodification, that can't simply be consumed as a product, that resists global techno-capital's idea of its perfect subject, citizens who champion individualism and liberty, and who view identity as something that one adopts and chooses and expresses through what one consumes. This makes the family a unique object of enmity and concern for global techno-capital and the monster's preferred prey. Rocket, Bo signs to his family when he first finds the toy. That's how we'll get away. It's fitting, then, that we soon after see a monster snatch Bo and his spaceship away from his family. This is the world of the technocrats. They are always listening. There is no one coming to save you, and there is no getting away. To understand the nature of the horror presented in Bird Box, we need to first understand more about the film's setting and its characters. Again, the monsters in A Quiet Place are exoteric and come from outside the world of the protagonists. The monsters in Bird Box are esoteric. They come from within. While the drama of A Quiet Place will unfold between the members of a close family, the drama of Bird Box takes place amongst strangers. After her sister's death, Mallory runs inside a nearby stranger's apartment. Here, we will be introduced to a diverse cast of characters that will become the film's survivors colony, as well as a microcosm for the contemporary American body politic. In the apartment, there are survivors from every age, ethnicity, social class, and sexual orientation that one would encounter in any major metropolitan city, as well as any major motion picture or streaming series that has been greenlit post-2016. Douglas, played by John Malkovich, is the old white man of the group and constantly complains about having offered asylum to too many people fleeing the monsters. Tom, played by Trevant Rhodes, is a chiseled alpha male character who will soon become romantically involved with Mallory. Tom is a black Iraq War veteran, and Mallory is a white bohemian socialite. The romance seems forced and undergone more to achieve woke credibility than due to any natural chemistry or attraction between the characters. How do we know that Mallory and Tom are good, moral people? They form an interracial relationship. Therefore, we know they are good, moral people. Eventually, another survivor named Olympia will enter the house. Olympia, like Mallory, is far along in a pregnancy. White, overweight, and with a southern drawl, Mallory is meant to represent a red state American and is portrayed with a gleefully overdone venom. We may as well have had the actress wear a red MAGA hat. Why she happened to be walking through a residential neighborhood in a blue city at the time that the monsters arrived is never quite adequately explained. Mallory spends much of the film sneering at Olympia's concern over her missing husband, presumed dead, and excitement over her child, an excitement which Mallory views as unsophisticated. It's funny. I'm sure that the creators of Bird Box happily created this diverse cast in order to make their woke quota, but it has the unintended side effect of showing what a lack of social cohesion exists between these people. I'd like to be able to say this was a deliberate decision on the part of the movie's creators to emphasize the lack of connectedness that comes as a result of cosmopolitanism and multiculturalism, the lack of connectedness that Mallory's painting depicted at the beginning of the film, but I doubt that any of this was intentional. This is a bit of a tangent, but I should say now that Bird Box makes the points it makes about the modern left, despite itself and despite any of its creators' intentions. I'm not certain that Krasinski intentionally set out to make A Quiet Place about what it was like to be a white, rural conservative in 2018, though it is worth noting that he was raised Catholic. But I'm certain that the creators of Bird Box would fully repudiate my take on the film, and never intended to paint Blue America in an unflattering light. I'm not a huge fan of Foucault's theory of the death of the author. This idea has its limitations, but given the fact that the creators of Bird Box are members of the same technocratic media elite that's symbolized by the blind monsters in A Quiet Place, is it any surprise that they can't see what their own movie is depicting? Sorry for going off point here. All I really need to say at this point is that Bird Box is a far lesser film than A Quiet Place. Indeed, a bad film, were it not for its unintended depictions and observations of liberal social disorder. Conflict inevitably ensues across racial, cultural, and class grounds between the survivors. They argue over survival strategies, food supplies, divisions of labor, and so forth. A few conversations stick out in my memory. At one point, Mallory is having a conversation with Douglas, John Malkovich's character, who complains about his neighbors having planned to add an addition to their condo that he found unsightly and had blocked from happening through their homeowners association. "Why do you care?" asks Mallory. "Because I have to look at it," Douglas says. A little later in the film, Olympia tries to talk with Mallory about potential names for her baby. "What name does your husband love?" she asks disinterestedly. "He loves what I love," Olympia says. These are throwaway lines delivered by secondary characters, but they provide some of the best moments to help us get to the nature of this lack of connectedness this film portrays, as well as the nature of the film's monsters. Douglas rejected the individual aesthetic aspiration of his neighbors. One has a sense that what is missing is a shared aesthetic, an architecture that might have a cohesiveness, that might give a city or a neighborhood a distinct character, as opposed to the disjointed houses or office buildings that assaults one's senses in a typical American suburb or city today. Olympia tells Mallory that her husband loves what she loves, a simple statement made by a character that the film introduces for our ridicule. Olympia seems to come into this movie from the world of A Quiet Place. She has a family. She has the type of marriage that Mallory lacks in her own life. She has strengths in her own life that are missing between the other survivors. A shared vision of civic life, a shared system of values.
Welcome to Jinguji.
Ah, look who it is. What a lovely surprise. I'd almost forgotten that pretty face, and what a pity that would be. Welcome back to our little oasis of elegance. Now, what can I do for you today? Maybe a little upgrade, Sequins are back, you know.
I don't know. Surprise me. Inspire me. Fresh jacket, maybe? Some new pants?
Or both. You are begging for a new do. Of course, nothing wrong with this look, but fashion waits for no man. Now, just between the two of us, a touch of elegance can go a long way. Guards, get the door! Hold him there! Hold on!
Fuck V, get down, he's whacked.
Max Tech, be here in a moment. Hold him! Hold him till they get here!
Talking to me?
Don't let him kill me! Open fire! Max Tech.
You're
Thank God.
going in. Surround the target. Eliminate him. Move. Keep it up. Target neutralized. Secure the witnesses.
Just had to go play dutiful consumer in a corpo suit.
Can hear you, remember?
How could I forget?
You, over there. Statements, now.
Finally. Just have to mop this gunk up. We'll be back in business.
Situation resolved. Deactivate alarm. Sit. Hands where I can see them. In accordance with Article 105 of the Cyberpsychosis Procedure Code, your statements will be recorded and retained. Melissa Rory, Max Tac Senior Officer. Please state your name and occupation.
Zane Jagger. I work for Jinguji, an oasis of elegance. Sorry, habit.
V. Merc. Occasional client of Zane's.
Johnny Silverhand, rock legend, voice in V's head.
Oh,
And
fuck,
also,
Johnny.
let me pretend I exist sometimes, okay?
Checks out. Please describe what happened starting from the moment of the attack.
I was just presenting V with a one-of-a-kind offer when I suddenly heard shouting from the...
Zane was trying to sweet-talk me into some sparkly sequin shit. Psycho storms in, wipes the hustle. Zane hits the alarm, locks us in with the fucker. Thanks, Zane.
Mr. Jagger followed the correct security protocol. He significantly reduced the assailant's range of effectiveness.
Yeah, noted. play cat and mouse around the whole range of effectiveness before you lot showed up.
Anything else? Unusual behavior?
Besides slicing and dicing my people and this store's reputation? No, nothing at all.
Thank you for your cooperation. That is all.
I don't know.
Now,
Ice him!
guards, get the door! Hold him there!
Take him down!
Hold on!
Fuck V, get down, he's whacked!
Hashtag, be here in a moment. Hold him! Hold him till they get here!
Talking to me?
Don't let him kill me!
We're being attacked!
Max tag. Thank God.
Me, seek.
Well, on a more... Guards, get the door! Hold him there!
Take him down!
Hold on!
Fuck V, get down, he's whacked!
Max tag! Be here in a moment! Hold him! Hold him till they get here!
Talking to me?
Don't let him kill me! Open fire! Max tag. Thank God.
Going in! Surround the target! Eliminate him! Move! Keep it up! Target neutralized. Secure the witnesses.
Just had to go play dutiful consumer in a corpo suit.
Can hear you, remember?
How could I forget?
You, over there. Statements, now.
Finally. Just have to mop this gunk up. We'll be back in business.
Situation resolved. Deactivate alarm. Sit. Hands where I can see them. In accordance with Article 105 of the Cyberpsychosis Procedure Code, your statements will be recorded and retained. Melissa Rory, Max Tax Senior Officer, please state your name and occupation.
Zane Jagger. I work for Jinguji, an oasis of elegance. Sorry, habit.
V, Merc. Occasional client of Zane's.
Johnny Silverhand, rock legend, voice in V's head.
The
And
fuck,
also,
Johnny?
let me pretend I exist sometimes, okay?
Checks out. Please describe what happened starting from the moment of the attack.
I was just presenting V with a one-of-a-kind offer when I suddenly heard shouting from the...
Zane was trying to sweet-talk me into some sparkly sequence shit. Psycho storms in, wipes the hustle. Zane hits the alarm, locks us in with the fucker. Thanks, Zane.
Mr. Jagger followed the correct security protocol. He significantly reduced the assailant's range of effectiveness.
Yeah, noted. Play cat and mouse around the whole range of effectiveness before you lot showed up.
Anything else? Unusual behavior?
Besides slicing and dicing my people and this store's reputation? No, nothing at all.
Thank you for your cooperation. That is all. Coroner's been notified. Be here any minute. Jagger, this store is closed until the investigation is complete.
Hey, V. Once we clean this place up, come by whenever you like. I'll hand-pick something special, just for you.
Smith, report.
Thanks.
How's it looking?
Later, Zane.
Killed, 2 wounded inside the store, 6 bodies on the street outside.
Where's the coroner?
6 bodies.
Be a little late.
Nice work. You feel that back there? Feel his life leave his body?
You always just wipe them? You know, heard therapy can sometimes work.
Apprehending the target alive carries additional risk for bystanders. Rarely done. Very rarely.
Rarely. More like never. How many psychos you saved in your life?
No, it's
Hold up a sec. Your Mantis blades. Higurashi 2013s. Weren't those pulled off the market in '69? Recall they don't play well with neural processors. Poking a part of the prefrontal cortex they shouldn't be poked at.
Good eye. Had them installed years ago.
Probably would have bought a pair myself
very-
with that.
Precise.
Huh. Thought MaxTac preferred Arasaka blades as their standard issue. But, well, seeing how you handle these wrist razors...
They're my reminder. When I see them, I see what they've sliced. Muscle, tendon, bone, even implants. Like a hot knife through butter.
But you're with the good guys now, right?
Don't change the subject. You felt him die. Did you like it? That split second when the blood still flows, but his light's gone out?
If you're looking for a psycho soulmate, it ain't me, babe. You love to hunt, love to kill. Don't matter if they're psychos or regular Joes.
Oh, we're not so different, you and I. Saw that look on your face right after. You can't hide it. Join us. Could use a few more like you.
Me, a cop? Last time I wanted that was pushing 6, maybe. Yeah, I'll think about it.
You do that. You certainly got a gift.
Wait,
No,
that's my
not
car.
me. Maybe the new guy. Because he was acting strange.
Militech. Shit. Okay.
A sense of the true, the good, and the beautiful. Enough foreplay already. If the monsters from A Quiet Place symbolize global techno-capital, what is it that the monsters in Bird Box symbolize? Well, for one thing, I think they symbolize the collapse of the American community. This is a component to the identity of the monsters in A Quiet Place as well, but while those monsters primarily represent the forces of technology and its impact on community, the unseen monsters of Bird Box primarily represent the forces of ideology, or, to put a finer point on it, the collapse of the American community brought about by decade after decade of cultural, economic, and social liberalism. The monsters are brought about by the character's own blindness to the root cause of their alienation and
it was going pretty well up to this point. Some practice for the next phase, okay. If the monster is something that is the kind of negative aspect of both the left and the right from each other's perspective, and you said technocratic capitalism is the monster for the whatever right wing side, and for the left wing it has to be something like authoritarianism, maybe having to make a decision is the monster, like having to actually make up your mind, that's the monster, because it contains both the right wing and the left wing element. The left does have to make up their mind, but they can't, they are constantly arguing. But then also to make up your mind is to be concrete, is to be kind of right wing. So yeah, something like that.
Their blindness to the impacts of their own liberal idealism, their blindness to the impacts of their own liberal ideology. Bird Box has no families. It shows us mothers without husbands, warring neighbors, a community without a center, a people without a sense of place, either within history or within their lived environment. Being locked in an apartment together only ignites pre-existing conflicts and brings these characters face to face with issues that existed well before the monsters forced them into one apartment together. There is no shared culture. There is no shared sense of virtue.
Right, that's why it's so hard to
Immigration,
make a decision.
deracination, the breakdown of the nuclear family, these are all cultural issues that are championed by the left, all of which have corrosive cultural effects. That's why the words of Douglas and Olympia stand out within the film's tableau. Characters begin to die off in the film after seeing the monsters. Once a monster is seen, a character immediately attempts to kill themselves. The camera always gives us the look on the person's face, as it fills with dread, rather than any sense of what they see directly. The monster remains invisible because the true horror of Bird Box is something that exists inside each and every character. The only concrete monster we are ever given is the look of horrific despair people take on in the moments before they die. When the characters in Bird Box come face to face with the monsters, it's as if they are coming face to face.
Understanding what they've done, what they've been doing, consequences. And when it hits you, you want to...
With the reality of the results of the left-wing project over the past half a century. One could even consider it a moral and epistemological red pill. Their eyes do become red, after all. Globalism makes for less happy,
you were
less connected
doing
communities,
much better if you
fewer
weren't
intact
pulling
families.
shit completely out of your
Diversity
ass.
leads to lower trust societies. And to be clear here, I'm not trying to signal any affinity for any brand of ethnic nationalism. It's simply an inconvenient sociological fact.
It was kind of obvious when you said technocratic capitalism is the enemy of the right-winger. That means what? Primitive socialism is this traditional socialism. National, maybe, socialism is the ally of the right-winger. So yeah, you are signaling. Yeah.
However, that this is true. Everything we were instructed to imagine by 60s radicals like John Lennon doesn't lead to liberation, but in fact leads to greater rates of depression and suicide. No countries, no religion, having nothing to die for, nothing greater than oneself, doesn't lead to a utopia. It actually just makes people want to die. There's one last component to Bird Box that's worthy of exploring. It's personally my favorite twist to the film. At the film's halfway point, we learned that not everyone whose eyes happen upon the monsters immediately commits suicide. Some small minority of people become inspired and feel that, quote, the entity is beautiful and must be seen. A man named Gary, played by Tom Hollander, is eventually let into the house and describes how escaped mental patients had forced people to look at the monsters. So, apparently, if you are already insane, rather than being driven even further insane by looking at the monster, you become an evangelical, a devoted acolyte of the apocalypse. It's a frightening touch. Some members of the colony distrust Gary, and with good reason. He eventually reveals himself to in fact be one such escaped mental patient, and proceeds to tear down their barricades and trick over half the survivors into looking at the monsters and ending their lives. I can't say this thought would have ever occurred to me if the actor playing Gary hadn't had a British accent, but the fact that he did immediately put me in mind of, well, remainders, of anti-Brexit activists. The UK is one country that has recently voted against a globalist agenda, and since I was already thinking about the movie in terms of globalism, atomization, the decline of collective identities, thinking of Gary as a deranged EU politician just fit perfectly into my already formed vision for the film.
Until he tried to sneak
We're told
in
that
some
the people
premises.
who remain alive and
It would have
attempt to
been
make
pretty
others
powerful
bear
if he
witness to the monsters are all escaped mental patients, street people, and schizophrenics. But this isn't what Gary presents as. He enters the apartment wearing a well-tailored suit. He appears to be a well-groomed and well-heeled member of the managerial class rather than a lumpen proletariat. In other words, Gary looks like a member of the elite establishment, an architect of globalism rather than its victim, a true believer, as it were, the sort of member of Western society that is convinced their utopia is right around the corner. Just one more mass migration, one more exporting of jobs overseas, one more terrorist attack, and we will break through to paradise. Yet, somehow, their policies and positions only ever seem to lead to greater estrangement, opioid addictions, distrust, poverty, mental illness, and violence. And yet, they forever blame everything and everyone but their own arrogance. The entity is beautiful and must be seen, is what the insane acolytes say. This is the war cry of the true believer. You have to see it. Despite all of the death and carnage it continues to cause, despite the fact that liberal ideology is what moves people further away from what it is that actually makes people happy, a sense of place, of belonging, of having one's own home culture. I think I'll end this video here. I don't need to go over every last scene in detail, and I'd like to leave some surprises for those that haven't seen the movies yet. There's more to both of these movies, but I'll leave that for those of you who are interested to discover. I'll end this video with a final thought. It isn't so much that the monsters in both movies represent different aspects of the same social horrors that I've laid out here. What's far more frightening, far more unnerving, is that it's the protagonists of Bird Box that have the deepest connection to the antagonists of A Quiet Place. The heroes of one film are the monsters of the other. It's Mallory who is blindfolded and can't see in Bird Box, and it is the monsters that are blind in A Quiet Place. As a devotee and practitioner of cosmopolitan liberalism, Mallory and her fellow survivors share a blindness to their own ideology, an ideology that has rendered her alienated and miserable. And it's the same ideology that gives birth to globalism, to atomization, to our current technocracy, to the blind beast that stalks the members of the Abbott family. The blind monster is an invader who enters into the world of the Abbotts, but the world of Bird Box is the world from which it originates. If both films are new to you, I recommend suffering through Bird Box first and then chasing it down with A Quiet Place soon after. Neither movie is perfect or gets an A+ or is particularly interesting on its own. This isn't a video about my favorite movies. This is a video about the two scariest movies I saw back in 2018, even if neither movie can quite see what it was that made it so frightening or compelling. So what do you think? Have I convinced you that there's something preternatural going on with these two movies? Can
Yep.
anyone think of a good...
You have. Yes. Too bad you injected a bunch of your shit and you said you didn't. But this was a pretty good video. Try harder next time.
"2020, the year of everything fake. The only question left to ask was what would happen after everything familiar collapsed. I keep thinking there is some German word, like Schadenfreude or Gemütlichkeit, but die Rent, for the inability to take the world you live in seriously. If so, I can't envy it. We
Find
live
it.
in the future where everything is wrong, but at least you can't Google ideas. In some worlds, the inability to take the world seriously is a mental disorder. In other worlds, it is normal and universal. And in some, it is a sign of superb mental health. All of us old Sioux heirs from this old itch, certain as we were never quite certain that we didn't live in that RST world. As 2020 ends, there is a certain schadenfreude in seeing tout le monde heading toward the second, a tragedy, but a hopeful tragedy. There are probably still people who take the world seriously, or at least, take America seriously. Since the world still takes America seriously, it's the same thing. Even if the tables are starting to turn, we still have a deep moral duty to berate these people. And tables rarely turn, though they feel like they're starting to. 2020, for America, was a disaster. For instance, 1/4 of all small businesses are dead. Now, a serious country would try to understand that disaster, the way it understands each and every airplane crash. Who loaded the live oxygen generators into the hull? Why was the passenger permitted to board with her emotional support Viper? Any disaster investigation NDS a long list of ultimate errors. One way to rank them is by stupidity. IQ is pseudoscience. No one is intelligent. There is no such thing as intelligence, just inverted stupidity. SQ works by using the natural stupidity of children as a ruler for the stupidity quotient, dividing chronological by mental age. So the stupidest mistakes are the ones the youngest children would catch. For COVID alone, let's zero in on 3 such mistakes. Each of these, an ordinary
What's the
8-year-old,
emotional
a bright
support Viper?
6-year-old, a brilliant 4-year-old, or a 3-year-old John von Neumann would have caught, and the wisdom of this stupid kid would have spared us all or most of the 2020 experience. December 28th, 2020 6932. Help. Gray Mirror subscribe sign in.
Hey.
First, while a new respiratory disease was breaking out in the Eastern Hemisphere, ing airplanes full of warm snee why hosts from there to the Western Hemisphere. Second, it took 2 days to invent a defense against the disease, spending 11 months deciding to use it. Then, 11 months later, not already having made enough for everyone. Third, doing Chinese-style lockdowns, but enforcing them on the American honor system, so that they don't actually work and have to be imposed forever.
Hey.
Fourth, caring intensely about making everyone wear a mask, while not caring at all whether it's a real respiratory litter or a paisley durag bandana. Sorry, I said 3, but that was 4. You, dear reader, could probably stew another 1 or VE into the bag. Quam parva sapientia regitor mundus, said Oxen
Honor
Chernow,
5.
Chancellor of Sweden, to his son, with how little wisdom the world is governed. Let's very quickly look at the specific causes of these errors, or at least the RST3. Some readers may ask why I am not considering the failures of the White House, and making the case that the president is also a joke. The answer is that this point, always boring, would now be pointless. The worst possible president is at most a skin disease. Here at Gray Mirror, we medicate only the deep cancers of the national soul. And those cancers grow in its old institutions, to which any presidency is a short, passing dream. The religion of global health. Why would global public health authorities encourage intercontinental travel at the start of a pandemic?
Right.
What? It's a rare and lovely day when we can rely exclusively on that most reliable of reliable sources,
The New York
the New
Times.
York Times. When the coronavirus emerged in China in January, the World Health Organization didn't dinch in its advice, do not restrict travel.
Right.
But what is now clear is that the policy was about politics
Then you have
and
to
economics
listen to
more than
dorks on the
public
internet
health.
saying who
Public health records.
dorks on the internet who, by the way, some of them, they fucking traveled to see their girlfriend in Sweden in what March, couldn't come back to the country, but later when it became politically expedient to criticize Trump over it, they were saying how irresponsible it was for Trump to not close. He didn't cancel his travel, but he wanted Trump to cancel his travel. You see? That's how responsible of a guy he is. He, of course, he will say that he's no president of the United States, but I will say he wasn't too scared about the virus then.
Records, scores of scientific studies, and interviews with more than 24 experts show the policy of unobstructed travel was never based on hard science. It was a political decision, recast as health advice, which emerged at a plague outbreak in India in the
Hold on. First, experts in the field of cybernetics, neurology, and psychology have been desperately trying to merge human consciousness with silicon. Until now, their efforts have been unsuccessful, though scientists have managed to create artificial intelligences that can compare or indeed surpass human intellect. Copying the human eye has remained beyond our capabilities. Attempts to do so have merely resulted in sophisticated chatbot. Oh, okay, I've read that one. I remember the chatbot bit. Back to New York Times telling us don't stop travel.
1990s. By the time COVID-19 surfaced, it had become an article of faith. It's part of the religion of global health. Travel and trade restrictions are bad, said Lawrence O. Gostin, a professor of global health law at Georgetown University, who helped write the global rules known as the International Health Regulations. I'm one of the congregants. Note that contradicting the WHO is now a good way to get banned from social media. In 2020, the mayor from Jaws is more infallible than the Pope, who gets plenty of PR love, but still can't keep Protestants or irresponsible sharkmongers on YouTube. And a year of trade without travel, it's pretty easy to see the errant and shameless strawman that is travel and trade. This is the world we're supposed to take seriously? Let's all give it up, with the mayor from Jaws, to the international hospitality industry. Obviously, tourism and globalism are two great tastes that taste great together. Your
Right.
8-year-old is not at all wise.
I like to travel and meet new people.
But he is wiser than a corrupt
The
political
globalist chick.
religion. There are two kinds of pundits. The RST kind raised this idea before February 2020. While, if the rationality community was actually rational, they would absolutely die of cringe before calling themselves that. Many of them deserve credit on this one. Our year-long journey to Mars. In the New Yorker, not quite as reliable as the Times, but arguably even classier, we learn that. In Massachusetts, the Moderna vaccine design took all of one weekend. It was completed before China had even acknowledged that the disease could be transmitted from human to human, more than a week before the RST-Conramed coronavirus case in the United States. By the time the RST American death was announced a month later, the vaccine had already been manufactured and shipped to the National Institutes of Health. For the entire span of the pandemic in this country, which has already killed more than 250,000 Americans, we had the tools we needed to prevent it. To be clear, I don't want to suggest that Moderna should have been allowed to roll out its vaccine in February, or even in May, when interim results from its Phase I trial demonstrated its basic safety. That would be like saying we put a man on the moon, and then asking the very same day, what about going to Mars? Imagine telling your 8-year-old that we had the tools to prevent 250,000 deaths, but we didn't do it, and we shouldn't have done it. The poor kid will assume he lives in some kind of insane Carthaginian death cult. Let's have a look at why he's wrong. The problem with your 8-year-old is that he will apply a puerile, pseudo-rational standard of mere risk-benefit analysis. He will reason that the risk-benefit pro-low of taking any of the vaccines is positive, because it might work. Even if it doesn't work, it probably won't hurt you. Even if a vaccine does start hurting people, the scientists will notice and stop giving it. And all these risks are way lower than the risk of the disease.
Right.
Your 8-year-old is stupid. He is only thinking about this patient and this disease. He's forgotten to consider the interests of the really important party here. The New Yorker, which, though it casually libeled me earlier this year, is still a great mag I read every time I'm at the dentist, explains. The name Operation Warp Speed may have needlessly risked the trust of Americans already concerned about the safety of this, or any, vaccine. Indeed, it would have been decult and made to ND a single credentialed epidemiologist, vaccine researcher, or public health OSIL recommending a rapid vaccine rollout. The trust of Americans, that is, in the public health authorities. The problem here is that all these great experts have a ICT of interest because they are part of the public health authorities. This is why they disagree with your 8-year-old, who, while he is stupid, has no conflicts of interest.
Right.
The experts are mostly
Poor kid.
doctors, whose interest should be the interest of their patients. A risk-based analysis of any human being's interests reveals lower expected mortality and morbidity as a consequence of receiving any plausible vaccine candidate before, rather than a inoculation with the pandemic virus. So says your 8-year-old, though probably not in this kind of language. But the interests of the public health authorities can and do ICT with the interests of the patients. For example, delaying a vaccine for a year may kill 250,000 people, but it does surprisingly little damage to the trust of Americans in the public health industry. On the other hand, an experimental therapy that kills one person, as in the death of Jesse Gelsinger, can set back a whole ELD of medicine for a decade. The event seared into the mind of every vaccine researcher is the 1976 swine flu scare.
Flu scare.
45 million Americans were vaccinated with an emergency vaccine for a pandemic strain that turned out to be a non-problem.
Oh.
1 in 100,000 got Guillain-Barré syndrome. True, giving 450 people a serious, even life-altering, even sometimes deadly disease seems much smaller than letting 250,000 people die, forgetting even the crazy year it has given the rest of us. Or so an 8-year-old would think. But again, your 8-year-old just has no clue.
I mean,
he is thinking only of the patients.
how about we do
For
both?
the
How about we
institutions,
don't kill
however,
anyone?
who employ the experts, who have the lambskins they need to talk to the New Yorker and be unquestioningly believed, it's the opposite.
Oh, right. I mean, that's a good
Actively
point.
harming 450 people is much bigger than passively letting 250,000 die. Sorry, Grandma. And then, in a year, it was
I
impossible
guess
to make
nobody
enough
takes
of the stew.
responsibility for the
Like
for
the
one
delay in
number.
deciding to use the vaccine, this would have utterly BA'd any of our ancestors who happened to be involved in winning World War II. Hitler would have conquered the moon before 1940s America turned out a safe and effective tank by 2020 standards. But of course 1940s America treated everything, including
point there.
medicine, like war. What's stranger is, so did 1930s America. Let's be clear about what an mRNA vaccine physically is. It is an RNA sequence in a lipid nanoparticle.
Okay, this is important.
RNA is like DNA, but with the pandemic virus.
Where am I?
The cargo cult lockdown circus. As we've seen, for example,
Wait a minute. Let's be clear.
But again, your 8-year-old just has no clue. He is thinking only of the patients. And then, in a year, it was impossible to make enough of the stew. Like the delay in deciding to use the vaccine, this would have utterly BA'd any of our ancestors who happened to be involved in winning World War II. Hitler would have conquered the moon before 1940s America turned out a safe and effective tank by 2020 standards. But of course 1940s America treated everything, including medicine, like war. What's stranger is, so did 1930s America. Let's be clear about what an mRNA vaccine physically is. It is an RNA sequence in a lipid nanoparticle. RNA is like DNA but different.
Different.
Lipid means fat and nano means small. To make the vaccine, you cook a bunch of enzymes and reagents and stew to make the RNA, then put it in a fancy mixer with some special ass fat. Done. An ocile course
So
of
you
the
modify.
Moderna vaccine is 200 micrograms. The last time I took 200 micrograms of anything, it was on a little paper square with a picture of Felix the cat. 60
I'm not a
kilograms of a
druggie, though.
chemical we've known how to make for a year would have averted this whole shit show. Your mother could bench press enough RNA to save America from COVID. The problem is not that it takes a year to cook up a bathtub of RNA, which is basically just Selgism, and blend it with a half-ton of lard. It does take a year, though, to build a production line that produces an FDA-approved biological under good manufacturing practices.
But why should I?
It's quite impressive to
Use-
get this done, and it wasn't cheap neither. The reader will be utterly unsurprised to learn that good in this context means perfect. As the saying goes, the perfect is the enemy of grandma. If 1940s America, or even 1970s America, had had some shortage of super special surgical glass vials, or some such shit-tier excuse, they would have parked a bathtub of chilled Selgism lard in a reefer truck, picked up a couple of half-educated Air Force medics wielding LTHY bulk jet injectors, and driven around town with a loudspeaker blaring ice cream jingles. Grandma might have gotten hepatitis, but not pneumonia. When we diagnose the E-ort
Which one
that
is worse,
from
though?
end to end will get us all vaccinated in 18 to 24 months, the problem is not in the work or the workers, but the rules and assumptions. Warp speed simply meant doing everything by the book, but as fast as possible. This made it, like, V times as fast as usual. While this is nice, a process improvement of any such magnitude is unlikely to be anywhere near the limit of diminishing returns. Rather, it indicates that something was seriously wrong with the e-sciency of the original process. In a situation like
Nah,
this,
this is true.
why
But
should
this-
usual
this
even
will-
matter?
This
Why should there be a book?
will go over everyone's head, though.
1940s America would have thrown away the book and solved this as a 1-0, and so would your 8-year-old. What 20s America should have done was to ND the equivalent of General Groves, someone who knew nothing about public health and everything about getting shit done, and order him to win the war on SARS-CoV-2 with 0 rules. For example, such an E-ort would have used good manufacturing practices, but not perfect ones. Since perfect is the OSIL standard, and good but not perfect does not
Official.
exist, it would have to be invented. That's something else 40s America was good at. What was done was to ND the best experts and ask them how to run the process as fast as possible without cutting corners. What Groves would have done was to ND the best experts and ask them what corners could and could not be cut in everything from ethics to chemistry. Chemistry. They do know this information, though they may have to be tortured to reveal it. The Fed can print money and bamboo skewers are cheap. 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 Again, the real problem is the inherent con-ICT of interest in the Hippocratic ethos. Hippocrates was no fool. The hippo was a sharp operator. While he was always looking out for his patients, he never forgot about number one. His OA made especially good sense in a world where anyone who could afford a doctor was a VIP. And anyone who was a VIP could get somebody to do something about somebody. When every patient is Tony Soprano, do no harm isn't just a matter of philosophy. Capiche? You can get out of here right now, kid, with your risk-vanity analysis. Yet if medicine is to govern itself, having no king, president, CEO, or general above it, this con-ICT of interest, with the fresh blood of 250,000 boomers on its foul and docile hands, will reign supreme forever. And only a child will call it what it is. The cargo cult lockdown circus. As we've seen, both the failure to isolate the hemispheres while a pandemic emerged in the other, and the failure to deploy a vaccine with appropriate speed, are not trivial or supercile errors, but the result of deep and structural institutional corruption, in the most fundamental sense of corruption, an improper con-ICT of interest. While it is much more popular to criticize the American lockdowns, they are still worth criticizing, if nothing else, because they are still going on. But the cause of the RST2 mistakes was subtle and obvious. There are two right decisions here: to do a lockdown that
doesn't read numbers well.
Works, or to not try a lockdown that doesn't work. While your 8-year-old would probably get one of these, he could never understand why we didn't. In some ways, a pandemic in a population is like cancer in a body. There are two ways to beat cancer: local intervention, like surgery, and systemic intervention, like chemo. While no cancer therapy is fun, the worst possible cancer therapy is local intervention in a case in which only systemic intervention is effective, just chopping and chopping at your rotting, inoperable abdomen. This is the American lockdown, the eternal lockdown. How did we get here? On March 11th, the highly respected specialty outlet Stat explained the thinking. The notion that the curve of this outbreak could be began to gain credence at China took the extraordinary step of locking down tens of millions of people days in advance of the Lunar New Year to prevent the virus from spreading around the country from Wuhan, the city where the outbreak appears to have started. Many experts at the time said it would have been impossible to slow a rapidly transmitting respiratory infection by effectively shutting down enormous cities, and possibly counterproductive. Travel and trade, again. But the dragon proved them wrong. But the quarantines, unprecedented in modern times, appear to have prevented explosive outbreaks from occurring in cities outside of Hubei province, where Wuhan is located. Since then, spread of the virus in China has slowed to a trickle. The country reported only 19 cases on Monday. And South Korea, which has had the third largest outbreak outside of China, also appears to be beating back transmission through aggressive actions. But other places, notably Italy and Iran, are struggling. For weeks, a debate has raged about whether the virus could be contained, an approach the WHO has been exhorting countries to focus on, or whether it made more sense to simply try to lessen the virus blow, an approach known as mitigation. That argument has been counterproductive. Mike Ryan, the head of the WHO's Health Emergencies Program, said Monday. I think we've had this unfortunate emergence of camps around the containment camp, the mitigation camp, deterrent groups presenting and championing their view of the world. And frankly speaking, it's not helpful, Ryan told reporters. Because it's just weird, isn't it, when Big Brother speaks in two deterrent voices? In any case, here we have a clear video of the exchange of DNA between these two strategies. Lockdowns, which have proven themselves in China as a containment strategy, that is, a way to eradicate the virus from the population, are coming to the West in the totally deterrent context of a mitigation strategy. This is like showing that eggplant can reduce constipation, then using it to treat mumps. Even in early March, the idea of a so lockdown is gathering steam. Even if we are not headed to zero transmission, any cases that we can prevent and any transmission that we can avoid are going to have enormous impact. Not only on the individuals who end up not getting sick, but all of the people that they would have ended up infecting. And so the more that we can minimize it, the better. We also hear a completely deterrent motivation, the one that was sold to the public. It's really all born out of the risk of our healthcare infrastructure pulling apart at the seams if the virus spreads too quickly and too many people start showing up at the emergency room at any given time. This is the familiar ICU capacity, ventilator shortage, 2 weeks to attend the curve logic. You probably remember it. We even get a description of the future lockdown. Those measures include banning concerts, sporting events, and other mass gatherings, closing movie theaters, telling people who can telecommute to work from home, and potentially closing schools. No masks at this stage. In March, masks are still bad, except for doctors, of course, and no mention of restaurants.
Think carefully.
The point of my argument is not that either of the epidemiologists quoted above were proven wrong, although, since math is their business, they should realize that the hardest thing to do to an exponential curve is to attain it. It is very unlikely that the replication factor, R, will be exactly 1. If R is less than 1, you are beating the virus. If R is greater than 1, it is beating you. China's hard lockdown took R far below 1 and killed the virus in 2 months. Of course, China's hard lockdown involved welding everyone in their apartments and bringing them food. If you went outside without a social credit pass, a drone would harvest you for your organs. America's so lockdown involved randomly shutting down businesses, OCS, and schools.
Is it really?
Sometimes egregious violators would get small nests. Result,
fines.
right now, people in China are partying in as much as they do party. They don't care if they get a vaccine, and they have plenty of spare organs.
Right. They're cattle.
There is
They're cattle to
absolutely
you,
no
though.
reason to relax an eradication strategy.
Are they cattle
The
to
closer
you,
you
Mopad?
get to zero, the more progress you are wasting if you celebrate too soon. The only strategies are to accept the virus or eradicate the virus. If your strategy is eradication, any intervention that reduces R, whether R is above or below 1, is good and should never be stopped while it's working. If your strategy is acceptance, the only relevant intervention is protecting the weak, while the strong get inoculated the hard way. You might even want the strong to infect each other. And in mitigation, you try to reduce infections while waiting for a vaccine. Flatten the curve was the most successful idea because it solved the most important problem, Mike Ryan's problem, the con ICT between mitigation and containment, and not by compromise or reconciliation, just by ambiguity. Whatever strategy you believed in, attend the curve meant that strategy. This is a classic DC move. Of course, a significant factor in the success of the So lockdowns was that, in the spring, the strategy seemed to work. It was only coronavirus seasonality. Sweden experienced the same seasonality, and mistook it for herd immunity. It wasn't that either. But, even though epidemiologists know coronaviruses are seasonal, but not why, it was only human nature for them to believe their good advice was working. Today, it's clear that So lockdowns are not actually an effective eradication technique. You still won't see me eating at a restaurant. Ironically, now that vaccines are close enough that herd immunity will clearly be achieved through universal vaccination, not universal infection, the case for So lockdowns as a mitigation technique may be as strong as ever. It might help a bit, sure. I was a COVID hardliner when the NYT was a COVID denier. I always hate changing my mind. In principle, I have always preferred the hard lockdown to get to zero fast. But while I did demand a Kyoto in January and human challenge trials in March, I myself was by no means above illusions in this strange year. At RST I thought the virus was a lot more like the Soderbergh virus, or even just SARS-1, than it turned out to be. In fact, the age dropout in its infection fatality rate is extremely steep. Yet this isn't the you, and you don't want it however old you are. The you doesn't attack random tissues around your body. COVID doesn't kill healthy young people, but young and even middle-aged people have organs with an enormous amount of surplus and regenerative capacity. They might barely notice a significant depletion in their organ capacity. It seems quite plausible that even a not very serious case of COVID could still take a few years of your life, fellow middle-aged people, but on the far end.
Or not.
And in fact, a very high percentage of middle-aged people report lingering symptoms. But this is just my analysis. I'm not a doctor, I'm a hypochondriac. Even if I was a doctor, I would never impose this unscientific and unvery able, though perfectly plausible, analysis on anyone else. In any case, the prudence of the So lockdown is neither here nor there. Rather, from the perspective of the political philosopher, the question is only of its legitimacy. The American lockdown is illegitimate because, though it may be the right decision, it is a scientific decision in only one sense: it was made by scientists. Americans were never sold any kind of long-term, undulating lockdown. They were sold temporary measures, enacted for temporary reasons, which turned out to be totally factitious, like the ventilator shortage.
Right.
They were sold 2 weeks to attend the curve. The
So
decision to handle the pandemic more like Sweden, or more like China, or like any point on the China-Sweden spectrum, was not and could not have been in any sense a scientific decision. While science is an input, this decision is in every way political, in the deepest and least pejorative sense, as the collective choice of a public community. Moreover, when we look at the motivations behind the non-scientific decisions that our political system has entrusted to these scientists, we end again and again that they are very well correlated with the political constraints on the scientists, almost as if power is using science itself as a sort of ventriloquist's dummy. Why did the lockdown actually prevail as the default American strategy, besides the accident of looking like it worked this spring, when what was working was spring? If this was not a scientific decision, we must not ask science. Since it was a political decision, we must ask power. Accidents happen. The US would probably have gone the Swedish route and looked set to, except for one man, President Trump.
I got the data.
Until the president decided to become a Oomer, COVID doomerism was a racist
Loomer.
right-wing conspiracy theory. I certainly didn't tell anyone why I pulled my kids out of Chinese New Year. Was it because I was a right-wing racist? Your Honor, I'm going to have to go with the Phi H again. If the president had been a doomer, or if so, or still worse, hard lockdowns had been his strategy, any scientist endorsing this position would have been committing career suicide. You could already sense the COVID civil liberties machine spinning up. But the instincts of any man are unpredictable, and this man acts only on instinct. And his record of being right is better than most people think, but not as good as he thinks. So when he chose to be a COVID denialist and told us it was just the U, which it later was for him, because he got the Regeneron, it was this position, which might, in the hands of the establishment, have remained perfectly sustainable through the spring wave, which became the unscientific position, held only by vile peasants. Because of this human accident, it was foreordained that a lockdown would be the scientific choice of the American educated classes, and hence the world's, except for Sweden, where a few stubborn people in the bureaucracy stuck to their old values, refusing to perform this epic Eastasiatir ideological maneuver in proper sync. Truly there has not been an Orwellian move in the American psyche like this, since Pete Seeger had to recall his own anti-war album in the summer of '41. And it was all Trump's fault. I believe this sincerely. But why did they go for the mitigation strategy? Why not a hard lockdown, an eradication strategy, which would have worked by July, and whose effects on the economy could have been mitigated in a far less shambolic
we live
way?
in a world where you can't.
Because America
Hard
is
lockdown.
incapable of a hard lockdown.
Yeah.
It
No,
is
no, not just
incapable
America.
Of a hard lockdown
Every liberal
because
country
it
is
does not really
unable
have a
of it.
government. It does not have a government because the thing it calls a government cannot tell its people what to do and make them do it, which is the basic function of a government. As Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea showed, COVID could be beaten without a full lockdown, though their outbreaks never got as big as China's. All four countries have one thing in common: a government. They have neither liberalism nor libertarianism. The government is completely in charge of the people, who are just sovereign serfs. While this is true everywhere, these countries have no ancient tradition of denying it. Such governments can stop a respiratory epidemic the way a cattle rancher would stop an infestation of rinderpest, because they can wrangle their serfs like cattle.
Again, you're calling us cattle.
Since the government has no problem, A, knowing where
I mean,
everyone is at all times,
some
and B,
people are.
telling anyone
Some people
exactly
definitely
where
are
to
cattle.
go, test, trace,
But
and
not all of us.
isolate can actually work. For the United States
Maybe you feel
government
like
to
an
compile
aristocrat
an
mobile,
accurate
but
list of all
I
the
don't.
people in the country, with their actual cell phone numbers, would take a small miracle. It would almost certainly be illegal. Isolating, whatever that means, doesn't sound super inclusive, is clearly illegal. What? Maybe someone needs to read up on due process. As for tracing, you might as well trace eels through the Bronx sewers. The best
That's
bet might
true.
be to nationalize the collection agencies. And obviously no one can force you to take a COVID test. What? Like something Hitler would do to Jews. Do they give you a tattoo with the result? The COVID civil liberties machine is still out there, waiting. This machine is also absent in Taiwan, South Korea, China, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, Japan, and other countries that have controlled the disease despite being next to its epicenter. But maybe it also helps to be moist. State capacity for raw population control is a function of state tradition. The states that have handled COVID the best have been built on old authoritarian traditions, whether Napoleonic, Prussian, or communist. States in the British tradition are the next step down, and those in the American tradition at the bottom. And we like it that way.
dear.
We insist, from behind our masks, which have not been racist since mid-April.
That was actually funny.
This scale corresponds to the capacity which James C. Scott calls seeing like a state. Professor Scott, a bit of an anarchist, in his famous book is notably cool to said power. Seeing like a state turns out to be pretty useful in a pandemic situation, though. Needless to say, we hear a lot less about test and trace lately. We can argue all day about whether the limited state capacity of the USG is best attributed to principle or
But are we
incompetence.
hearing less about tracing because
Clearly it lacks the competence to violate its
about to
own
start
principles,
vaccinating?
so the question is purely spiritual. But I think most critics understate the role of principle. In any case, when we reread a classic text of early COVID like The Hammer and The Dance, we can make its mispredictions seem completely sensible by reminding ourselves that there is nothing wrong with its thinking, only with its assumptions. The fundamental tie-in of this essay, and so many like it, not just a genre, but in the broadest sense a ELD, is
field?
that it is advising a competent and open-minded regime. The author, an E-active and scientific-minded person, does check all his other assumptions. From his name, he may be a foreigner, a type of person who overrates America. This tie-in is enough to separate his advice from any country that would need it, for he is simply advising Western governments to be strong and effective. Generally,
Effective.
they are as strong and effective as they can possibly be. Telling governments and/or the public what they should do, once they become much stronger and more effective than they now are, is less a public service than it may appear. What would be a public service is to tell the public that their governments, though immense, are weak and ineffective. But there is less market for this product. Nor is this an individual in one author or one genre. The author is only the best of his genre. It is a in the world that demands, or demanded, such a genre. The is that the public conversation can diverge arbitrarily from reality, even at the highest intellectual levels. Extremely capable people can make plans which would be perfectly sensible in a world which does not exist and should not be taken seriously. One totally understandable, but tynal, assumption is enough to do it. F is for fake. So, as Chancellor Oxenstierna said, quam parva sapientia regitur mundus. Normally, any sensible summary of a year would include more than one event. Ideally, the reader does not feel gypped. The simple fact of the matter is that in 2020, nothing besides COVID happened. Worse, we now know that in most years, nothing happens. There are always plenty of media events, of course. If COVID, a real event, has no other EECT than to provide a perspective that helps you keep yourself from being sucked into what Daniel Boorstin called pseudo-events, and the pseudo-narratives woven from them, maybe something good can come from a little spiky BOI. Here is something that just happened. Brexit happened.
Spiky boy.
Great Britain, Europe. The political earthquake of the century. And Brussels, I read, is happy with the deal, which means that, in reality, nothing at all changed. Except for various random bureaucratic things that will get screwed up, but that's normal and always happens. It is not that Brexit became a pseudo-event. It is that Brexit was never anything but a pseudo-event. Britain was exiting? Where? What was it going to do errantly, out there in the Atlantic on its own? Did it have some errant national idea about the acceptable curvature of a cucumber? Brexit never had any goal at all but Brexit itself. Trump never had any goal but Trump himself. Many people read many goals into these phenomena, many of which were interesting, exotic, and even compelling. None of them was even close to real. Observing the failures of our most prestigious institutions, the failures an 8-year-old would have caught, we would be rash to assume that these failures are restricted to the institutions that COVID tested. If you drill into one foundation beam and ND termites, the termites are probably not restricted to the path of your drill bit. Yet the falsity of the feeble, doomed enemies of those institutions is no less plangent. Why would you leave the European Union if you didn't know where you wanted to go? Why would you elect Trump, who had no idea at all how to use his OSU's powers? As for the counter-information sphere around COVID, the election, etc., it makes Mos Eisley look like the College of Cardinals. The final blow. It is easy to look at the folly and weakness of great powers, and envy them vulnerable. The converse is usually the case. When the great are foolish and weak, it is because the small are even further beneath them, so foolish that they tolerate the rule of fools. Suppose Oxenstierna is chancellor to a foolish king. If the kingdom of Sweden has, by the bad luck of royal biology, some fool, madman, imbecile, or drunk for a king, even the dogs in the street would know it. The king cannot go unobserved or unperceived.
Surprise visit.
Huh? Quick? That was just another day out here in the
And his
Badlands.
kingdom would be
Had a whole
unlucky.
band of wraiths right in here once,
But it could
running
still
from
be
the
taken
outcrops.
seriously.
Had me be their meat shield for a
If
hot
the
second.
Swedes drink his
Since then,
Kool-Aid,
I've been
though,
looking for
if they
anything
think
and
he is
everything
the
under the
wisest
sun.
king since Solomon, if the best
Need some
people in the
firepower.
kingdom adore him most,
You found the
can
right
such a
place.
kingdom be taken seriously? Asking for a friend. And this kingdom and its people would do any, probably. Until something happened. Anything unexpected. Then, being incompetent and fake, the king would screw it up. From the resulting disaster, many lessons can be drawn. From narrow to broad, the king's pandemic strategy is fake. The king's public health service is fake. The king's ideology is fake. The king is fake. The kingdom is fake. The historical period is fake. This is exactly us, except that we have an oligarchy instead of a king. The oligarchy is what really matters, but we also elect a king who is also fake. That's why no serious person can take our kingdom seriously, or our period, whose center is our kingdom, whose center is our old and prestigious institutions, which are all or mostly fake. Historians try to hide the fact that most periods are fake. The obvious inference is that we ourselves are likely to be in one of these fake periods, periods from which even the best and wisest thinkers have nothing lasting to add, because they are just not in touch with even their own present reality. This systemic falsity is always a function of political power. When the intellectuals have nothing lasting to say, it is always because their minds are crippled by power. Like a magnet, power has two faces, one repulsive and one attractive. In some periods, the best and brightest are repressed into obeying a deranged king. In other periods, they are seduced into serving a deranged institution. An oligarchy can also repress. A monarchy can also seduce. Anyone who doesn't take Plato seriously is a fool, but I don't know how anyone could start to seriously respect Plotinus, the mystical guru of late antique Neoplatonism. Even the Monty Python caricature of the late Roman aristocracy, the world of Big Gus Dickus, has enough truth. Previous next.
Dickus.
In it to betray the Python's posh educations. In the antiquity of the 3rd century AD, there was room for a Plotinus, but not for a Plato. Whole worlds can be fake, yet carry on. Our world will carry on. Maybe we will forget, probably we will forget, the level of fakeness it showed us here. Probably we will even become completely inured to it. This is the way things work in the third world, where no one but a stone-cold fool takes the world seriously. Of course, this only means the world of the shared narrative your society lives in. The two things that you can still take seriously are physical and historical reality. But you know nothing about the real present and past, because you can only experience reality through narrative, and you have no access to any narrative of present and past which is consistently connected to reality. You have nothing to trust. And if you take any story you don't trust seriously, you have only yourself to blame. They're still doing it. Finally, what's up with the cloth mask thing? Simple, it's another noble lie. To admit that we all actually need real N95, or at least KN95, masks, it is necessary to discredit lousy cloth masks, which will just make people stop wearing cloth masks.
Right.
The truth is that the cloth masks are terrible, and worn terribly, but still better than nothing. So telling the truth would make things worse, so goes the reasoning. Which may indeed be true.
Now it would, because you
However,
lied
it's
to us
the
about
kind of
everything.
insanely
If you
marginal
didn't lie,
lie which can have only
you
one
did-
real
if
source,
only you didn't
a
lie
psychological
from the
habit
beginning.
of lying. For no one but a habitual liar would even think of thinking this way.
Right.
Nor do many scientists think it consciously, if anyone does. Yet it is the reason we see everyone with these ridiculous face bandanas. You can get a KN95 anywhere for $5. They are made in China and probably work. But P100 King here. Wherever I rock the charcoal gray 3M P100 with Oakley mirror shade ski goggles and shoulder length, white snake tier COVID hair, the STA know my name. Type your email. Subscribe. 6932. 30 more comments. Ready for more? Write a comment. Based and Blue-Pilled gets it right. I find it strange that you of all people would take the COVID hysteria to be basically true. The cathedral's coverage has been transparently dishonest, or, at least, incorrect, but it's hard to believe that the entire media/public health sphere don't understand basic statistics.
I've lost contact with Benedict.
For example, the constant scaremongering of cases, which is an entirely useless metric on its own, as it is proportional to the number of tests. Or how about the fact that a COVID death is anyone who dies within 28 days of a positive test, which the UK government explicitly states on their website, is to make you more afraid than you otherwise would be. https://public health matters.
Okay, stop it.
After 2020, anyone can be a nihilist. COVID was everything's Chernobyl. It tested everything and found it fake. Grey Mirror is an unusual publication for unusual tastes. You probably shouldn't be here. But you are, so why not keep reading? Here, as the banner says, we are nihilists, we believe in nothing, and monarchists, we expect the next regime to be a monarchy. There are not a lot of nihilist monarchists in the world, though enough, apparently, to earn a surely brief appearance in the basement of the Substack leaderboard.
It's just a
A
pussy,
leader is
but
one thing, an early adopter
sometimes there's not
another.
much of a difference.
But if you're not one of us, you have no reason at all to be afraid of us. Not only do we believe in nothing, we believe in doing nothing. Believing in nothing just means we believe everything is fake. Or to be more precise, everything in the United States is either fake, broken, a hack, or a miracle. If you agree with this, you're doing great. You've already done the RST half of the work. Since it's New Year's Eve, I feel entitled to extend my 2020 review, in which I explained that everything is fake. While this post has been popular, in a way it failed, because it tried to use a rhetorical microscope. So people just thought it was about COVID. But by showing that COVID proved our prestigious public health institutions fake, it meant to prove its full point a fortiori, because, in fact, these institutions are some of the healthiest parts of the government. The point is that everything else is even more fake. But our public health infrastructure was the only part that reality tested. Let's branch out, therefore, and look at what else COVID proved fake. For example, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is, or was, even more fake. While I never write a man-o while he still has a mathematical chance, a Trumpist who believes in Mike Pence has some real thinking to do. To be more intellectual, Trump was elected, and nearly re-elected, however that meal was made, as a gesture of pure Baudrillardian monarchism. Intuitively and in spirit, Trump voters wanted to elect a king. But since they were neither nihilists nor cynics, since they believed in the spectacle, they could elect only a king of the spectacle. January 1st, 51-5. Help. Gray Mirror subscribe sign in. So what they got was not a king, but an actor. A character actor, whose one character is a king. Casting Donald Trump as Claudius, Oberon, Henry V, or Henry VIII is a no-brainer. He would just have to act naturally. Unfortunately, when you act on the screen or stage, your profession is legitimate, if arguably scurrilous. But when you act in real life, you are a con man. Next time, these same voters will have to take a tip from Hamlet and write a play that makes itself real. But unfortunately, they will probably get conned again. Of course, when COVID gave the president a chance to be an actual leader, he punted. Suppose the set of John Wick 5 is attacked because of some sordid financial squabble between sketchy Russian producers by Chechen hitmen. Suppose Keanu grabs a Glock from a Terry Ed, incompetent security guard, and calmly pops them all, leaping like a ballerino over a C-stand to strafe the bad guys from a rolling camera dolly.
For Christ's sakes.
Or suppose he heads for the exit at Johnny Utah Speed, or hides in a trunk full of bras. Which would you expect? Which would you recommend? Of course Trump punted, and of course he chose a COVID ideology that told him he should punt. He was never a king. He was always an actor playing a king. He was, and is, just naturally good at it. Any such real-life masquerade is called a con. And the worst thing about his con was that all the worst people could see it clearly, while many of the best were taken in. To them, what Trump meant was right, but what he was wrong. Of course it goes without saying that, just as all Trumpists believe, conservatism is a con as well. This is why you should call them conservicans.
You know what I miss most?
Even the alt-right, at least whatever is low of it, seems to consist entirely of GREERS.
Grifters.
AER such a whipping. Who can blame them?
Melons you can find.
But I can blame them.
I said
I can blame all of them, or blame none.
taste of that sweet.
COVID was everything's Chernobyl. It tested everything and found it fake. It is not one point on the political spectrum that is fake. It is not even a segment of that spectrum. It is the whole spectrum, from end to end. Our historical period is fake. And the true task before us is not to correct it, but to emerge from it. Obviously, this is what a nihilist monarchist would say, but is it obviously wrong? Not to harp on COVID, but here is another COVID example. You may have noticed that, even at your government took almost a year to decide to use the vaccines, because it had to decide by the proper process. It did not have enough for everyone. Now, what's becoming clear is that, slow as vaccine manufacturing, which also has to use the proper process, maybe the current bottleneck is distribution.
FYI, Dakota's sending
Your government cannot even inject
Have a good one.
the stew as fast as it is made. In fact, some doses may well expire. Like the rest of 2020, it'd be funny if it wasn't so fucking funny. Worse, the OSIL, unbelievably bureaucratic and inevitably labyrinthine, priority schedule for Americans does not prioritize old, sick people for a virus that kills old, sick people. No other country in the world seems to be making this decision. And worst of all, the motivation for the decision is explicitly based on racial ICT.
Conflict.
Not even the coronavirus is too sacred to be made into a weapon in America's cold race war.
Cold race war.
But this
That's a
isn't
cool term.
actually the worst of all. Let me explain the worst of all. Anyone who knows American political science, or thinks he does, thinks of American governmental decision-making in real life as a process that, A, mainly happens in Congress, and B, mainly involves various interest groups, lobbyists and activists. While this may be cynical, it is nowhere
This
near
thing goes
cynical enough.
pretty well.
Sherlock
in those
Holmes once
conditions.
solved a murder because of a dog. Dogs
And it's
catch
pretty
bad
fast.
guys by barking.
And technically everything else
This
should
dog did
be,
not bark in the night, so the dog must have known the killer.
Gecko should be better. Or
Here
Rattler
are a
should be
couple
better,
of
but
dogs that, in 2020, did not bark in the night. Two of the most powerful interest groups in DC, as all political scientists will agree, guns and seniors. Yet the gun lobby never seems to slip gun rights riders into unrelated COVID bills, a feat apparently not beyond the much smaller UFO lobby. Yet the senior lobby, the fanatical Grey Panthers guarding every hundredth of a point in their Social Security colas, the mighty AARP, utters not even a peep when the Trump administration sets out a plan to let its dues-paying members drown horribly in their own lung juice. Why did the dog not bark? Because there is no dog. Because everything is fake. Do you think this is as fake as it gets? I give you an academic paper by Ivy League political scientists from 2020 titled The Majoritarian Threat to Liberal Democracy. Full abstract. Incumbents owe and seek to wield power in ways that are formally legal but informally proscribed. Why do voters endorse these power grabs? Prior literature focuses on polarization. We propose instead that many voters are majoritarian, in that they view popularly elected leaders' actions as inherently democratic, even when those actions undermine liberal democracy. We ND support for our argument in 2 original survey experiments, arguing that this desire to let the majority elected incumbent rule is an important, but understudied threat to liberal democracy in the United States, and arguably elsewhere. So America's top political scientists tell us that democracy is the opposite of democracy. Comrades, we would be foolish not to listen. Previous next. Why did the AARP not complain about deprioritizing old people? Because the AARP doesn't really care about old people. Does the NAACP care about persons of color? None of it is real. But this is not even the worst thing. The worst thing is not that these institutions do not care about their constituencies. The worst thing is that the constituencies do not care about themselves. This is the only reason that their interest groups can betray them this way, without even intending to. Actually, there are no constituencies anymore. A constituency is a group of people which acts collectively, on its own behalf, for its own collective interests. Since this literally means acting shly, there is nothing more contemptible to any aristocracy. A glance at San Francisco is proof succinct that collective action centered in group self-interest is a way of thinking utterly foreign to our most fashionable social class. An apparent exception to this absence of constituencies is our client class, which is of course encouraged to think and act in its own self-interest.
There it is.
But a clientele is not a constituency, because it is not acting on its own behalf.
Let me be.
Without any encouragement from a patron class, the same people will be completely submissive, even obsequious. But rebellion and even outright crime can be the highest possible act of obedience. When a permanent government is subjectively infallible and objectively incompetent, when even elections are undemocratic, unless they leave the same old gang in power, when even lobbies and interest groups are running on autopilot, because there are no real constituencies or spontaneous political opinions, how can you not be a nihilist? Everyone believes in nothing, but only the nihilist knows it is nothing. Which is the only possible RST step in replacing it with something.
This is Bugatti Veyron.
Happy New Year. Join us. Type your email.
Even down to
Subscribe.
the back splitter opens up like
51.5. Write a comment. Karamas of January
Hey, Zane.
1st.
Anything new on offer for
3 more comments. Ready for more? The best thing about Trump is that he provided us living, undeniable proof that president is just a title, fake, to legitimize the actions of the oligarchs that hold real power this country. If it wasn't obvious enough already, here is our smoking gun, still hot to the touch, and being held by a creepy-looking geriatric puppet. 2020 is just the cherry on top. This branch of the government continues to serve its functional, but not explicit, purpose, despite any protests, or attempts otherwise of the warm body occupying the desk. That is, to put a nice pretty bow that says democracy, with a capital D, on every blatantly arrogant and self-serving action taken by the oligarchs. All those who have the mental capacity and honesty to learn the lesson have surely caught on at this point. That lesson being, if you have no friends in DC, you have zero power. Not even some fraction of a percentage, just zero. If you do have friends, important ones, you might just be able to siphon enough of the absolutely ridiculous chunk of the nation's GDP that flows into the swamp every year off to your own coffers. Maybe enough to dull the pain of leading a meaningless, vapid life as a parasite living in a dying host.
Wow, that's where are the other races? What? Of course something broke when I managed to steal the car I want. Can you tell that I can drive? No.
What was that?
Fucking Veyron. No entry, huh? 4, Mark 5. We got something to trade. Santa Vista. Just like for stealth shit. What is Santa Vista? Warp Dancer. 18 reflexes. Slows time for 8 seconds. Cooldown 30. Activate by holding E. Increases any damage dealt by 50%. Increases crit chance. Crit damage by 15. Oh. Hold outside of combat. 10 points. 50 points. Right, gorilla arms. That I don't need, can't use. This is pretty good. And now let's get the money back. The fuck is this? Let's see if there's anything else interesting to watch. Negotiating with Michaela Peterson and Jordan Peterson.
This accusation audit, we should maybe talk about that a little bit.
What the? No.
Welcome to episode 44 of the Michaela Peterson podcast. This is an episode co-hosted by my papa, Jordan Peterson. I don't know why I just called him Papa. I don't normally call him Papa. We interviewed former FBI negotiator Chris Voss. Chris Voss is an American businessman, author, and the CEO of the Black Swan Group Limited, which teaches people how to negotiate. He co-authored Never Split the Difference, a book on how to negotiate and documenting his experience as an FBI negotiator. I wanted to speak to him for a while because I'm stubborn to a ridiculous degree sometimes, and was always told I have to compromise by giving away some of what I want in order to get along with people. So a book called Never Split the Difference sounded right up my alley. You'll hear more about whether it's necessary to compromise in this episode. This episode is brought to you by Ground News, a sponsor of the show and a Canadian company I really support. They're a comparison platform for news, so rather than trying to find an unbiased news platform, which is virtually impossible, Ground News will compare how sources from across the political spectrum are covering a story, so you can easily see whether or how outlets are manipulating a story to fit an underlying narrative. Very necessary in current times. They'll show an article and then it'll say something like 60% left, 27% center, 13% right, something like that. They have an app called Ground News for your phone, so check that out. Ground News is an apolitical news app, only interested in giving you the full story regardless of your political ideology. I recommend downloading the free Ground News app and browser extension. You can click in the description below or go to ground.news. Because it's the new year, I also wanted to mention my dad made a code MP for 15% off his self-authoring suite. It's a writing program that gets you to go through your past, present, and future to figure out what you want to do, to navigate how to do that. In other words, it allows you to write out your past, to go through unresolved traumas, issues, to figure out what's going on in your present life, and to figure out a future you'd like to live in. What I find is incredibly helpful is it gets you to write out a future that would occur if you let your bad habits get out of control. The negative view of what a future could realistically be like is a great reason to form good habits and turn your future into what you want. We're not really taught how to goal set properly, and I find this is an invaluable, no-frills tool for people trying to accomplish things and get somewhere. Code MP for selfauthoring.com for 15% off. Fantastic for New Year's resolutions. My resolution is finish my book that I've been working on for a very, very long time. I hope you guys enjoy this episode. I did. We're sitting close to each other because one of my mics wouldn't work. So Chris waited for us for half an hour. This has never happened before. And it works now. It worked right after the episode, but it didn't work that day. So we're sharing a mic. Also, if you enjoy the episode, remember to subscribe. Happy listening.
Okay, well, we're very pleased to have with us today, us being Michaela Peterson and Jordan Peterson, Chris Voss, who's currently CEO of Black Swan Consulting, was formerly the FBI's top international kidnapping negotiator, and is the author of Never Split the Difference, a book offering to teach its readers the fine art of successful negotiation. Thanks very much for joining us today, Chris. I enjoyed your book a lot, and I'm looking forward to your stories.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure. It's awesome to be on with you guys.
Much appreciated. Why do you... I'm interested in negotiation because I'm a clinical psychologist, and a lot of what clinical psychologists do is negotiate with their clients for behavioral change, but also teach their clients to negotiate successfully with the people around them to get what they want. So negotiation is a very underdeveloped skill in most people.
Right.
So I'm wondering how you came to develop an interest in it, and go from there.
Well, let me quote the great, I like to say, quote the great actor Rocky Balboa. I couldn't sing a dance.
Hey!
I was with the FBI. I was a SWAT guy. I had to get out of SWAT because of recurring injuries, but I want to stay in crisis response. And so, we had hostage negotiators. I knew they were around. I didn't know what they do. It didn't seem that hard, right? I could talk to terrorists is what I thought. Got into it. It was fantastic. It was, I had to sort of fight my way in, not really fight my way in. I had to work to get in. I was eminently unqualified before I became a negotiator. But my first step was to volunteer on a suicide hotline, and the opportunity to influence people in short periods of time.
Oh shit! Suicide
really
hotline.
counterintuitive
Let's go.
methods. And one thing led to another. I taught negotiation at Harvard and collaborated on a book with some people, and been teaching negotiation ever since. It's just been phenomenal. It's great to have a positive impact. I'm sure as you feel, you have the opportunity to have a positive impact on people. It's enormously satisfying.
We'd all beat each other's throats. Corps,
So,
gangs, mercs.
what made you think that the skills that you had picked up as a negotiator in these crisis
One
situations
side
would
starts
be
to get
applicable
too much
to
power.
people
A fixer can help
in
take
their
the
day-to-day
scales and turn
concerns?
the other.
Yeah, great question.
Think about it.
I
Balance
suspected
keeps
early
gas
on
from running dry.
when I was volunteering on the
Why
hotline,
the lecture, right?
like, is this just people in
Because it's time
crisis,
for a little
or is it
intervention.
just people?
Check the
And I
attachment.
started using the skills in my day-to-day life, and it impacted all my relationships and made me a better hostage negotiator. And when I first started collaborating with Harvard, and they invited me to come and attend the law school's negotiation course, the instructors up there were teaching and were saying, like, look, man, you're doing the same thing we're doing. The stakes are different, but the dynamics are absolutely the same. And that was, with sort of their blessing and their understanding, ended up teaching there later, but the dynamics are the same. It's human behavior, regardless of what the circumstances are. We're wired in certain ways, and as human beings, we all have the same wiring, as you know.
So, I'm going to get into some of your, what would you call, tactical strategies, I guess. And speaking of the clinical connection, when I was reading your book, the first thing that came to mind is that the techniques in general sounded very much like those that were put forth by Carl Rogers to ensure successful clinical transformation. And lo and behold, about halfway through the book, you make direct reference to Carl Rogers. And he was a great, well, he was really the formalizer, I think, of the idea of
So
active listening.
his
and
microphone
reflection.
sounds like
Particularly the idea that you should put yourself in the shoes of the other person,
it's
but also to ensure that you're hearing them
a really
properly,
good
you
mic.
should
It's the same mic Joe Rogan and
repeat
everyone
what they said
after Joe
back to
Rogan
them in a
uses. But
paraphrased manner, and see if you actually got the gist of their conversation.
Right.
So
somehow Dr. Peterson
to some degree,
and
we
Michaela,
concentrate on
they
that, I
don't
guess,
really
in
sound that
section.
good.
Well, it's not so much labeling, statement mirroring, I guess, is your term.
They sound
With a
like
pause.
the voice is coming through.
Well, there's
The
a couple. I
computer
mean, we've really sort of
That's set. pretty
really
far
defined
apart
all the
from
different skills in real specific detail. And that was one of the things that the Harvard guy said
from
to me,
them
because
as a
we were on the
source.
same path, but FBI, we were a little bit further down.
Someone should help them
they
out
said, you know,
tech-wise.
we're both talking about the same skills. You've defined them with much more clarity. Because principally in law enforcement, you know, cops, FBI agents, you know, we want specifics of how to do something, and then we'll take it and we'll road test it. So mirroring versus labeling, we would call two different things. And even the different types of labels. And, you know, we take what we learned, what the world learned, we collective mankind in psychology, and we added neuroscience. We started trying to hit very specific parts of the brain to create very specific reactions. So yeah, mirroring, I would define mirroring as repeating the last 1 to 3 words of what someone just said, or selected 1 to 3 words. Versus labeling, I'm looking for emotional nuances, dynamics.
Well, one of the things that struck me with labeling is that, you know, people might respond positively to that. I'll let you define it momentarily, but people should respond positively to that, because it's often the case that when people are in a discussion or negotiating, that they don't actually know what they're bringing to the table or what they want. And so if they're floundering about in a somewhat emotion-ridden and stressed manner, and you put your finger on what it is that they're trying to say, then you're actually articulating something for them that's still only being processed at the level of bodily response. And people find that a great relief if you can do it accurately, because you've summed up a very complicated set of physiological disturbances with a single utterance, and kind of enable them to see the pathway forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can even, it doesn't even have to be that accurate, you know, and which is the thing that neuroscience has taught us, you know, oxytocin, dopamine, depend upon what neurochemicals being hit. I mean, when you're inaccurate and they correct you, they actually get a hit of dopamine, which they love. I mean, people hate being corrected, but they love to correct. It's a great way to create a bond that the other person doesn't even know is being built.
Well, and if you're incorrect in your labeling, at least the person then has something they can object to that's concrete.
You talk about that a bit, right? The importance of getting somebody to say no. That was interesting. Like, is it possible to describe that a little bit?
Yeah, no is one of the craziest words. And we, you know, hearing it, we're taught when we're little, you know, what's the first word every child learns? No.
Yeah, and they love that word.
Yeah.
Yes.
They get hammered with it over and over again. So we're conditioned that when we hear it, we've done something wrong. But at the same time, we're conditioned when we say it, we've protected ourselves. So if I get you to say no, you feel protected, you're going to want to talk. You're going to feel good about the interaction. You're not going to feel threatened. You're more likely to open up. I mean, even something as little as, nobody in my company says to anybody, have you got a few minutes to talk? It's always, is now a bad time to talk. Complete change in the other side's range.
Right, and so you say instead, is this a bad time to talk?
Right, yeah.
Right.
Or even like, I won't say, is this a good idea? I'll say, is this a dumb idea? And you'll probably go like, no, it's not a dumb idea, but here are the following problems. Here's what we got to do. I mean, it's a complete change in reaction.
Yeah, well, you know, if you watch 2-year-olds with no, because they really latch onto that word. It's really remarkable. Right. And the reason for that is that it enables them to protect themselves against being hijacked by other people, right? It's actually the word that defines the boundary between them and the world and enables them to have some autonomy. It's amazing. I remember I babysat a little kid at one point, or maybe it was my own son. It might have been Julian. No, I think it was a kid I was babysitting. He was unbelievably stubborn little kid. And I was trying to get him to do something just to interact with me, and I offered him a bunch of different enticements. And
wait a minute, you as a psychologist is having trouble getting a 2-year-old to cooperate? Come on.
This was a particularly stubborn little 2-year-old, but he took no.
Was there a bloodline connection? Is that why it was so?
No. This was truly the neighbor's child, actually. But he was willing to say no to M&Ms and ice cream, which was, he caught himself when he noticed that he had said it. But the no was such an attractive proposition to him that he was willing to forgo even basic immediate rewards just for the thrill of being able to maintain that autonomy.
Yeah.
So we should go through your technique, let's say, your techniques with some order. So I'm going to read a couple, and maybe you could just describe what you mean by them. So you have tactical empathy, for example.
Tactical empathy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're trying to take, first of all, the point of calling it that was taking it out of today's common usage of empathy is sympathy, or even compassion. Now, I would argue that I would offer that empathy is a very compassionate thing to do. But you know, going back to the real reason I first started collaborating with Harvard, you know, they said empathy is not agreement. It's not sympathy. It's not
Right, exactly. Compassion is not agreement, but empathy is agreement.
From Rogers in psychology.
That's why that word is
anybody
used.
that's pursued this is studied.
By the,
Now let's add in neuroscience, tactically. Tactically, we know that the amygdala is kind of the crossroads of all our thoughts, and it's wired to be negative, 75% negative. And tactically, we know that simply identifying a negative diminishes it. Not denying it, identifying it. You think I'm a jerk? No, I don't think you're that much of a jerk. By saying that, you've diminished it on the other side. So let's just put a tactical application to our empathy, knowing that the negative emotions have 4 times the impact, 3 at least, on people's thinking. So let's approach and come in through a different door.
And it's tactical because, well, this is something that needs to be clarified too, is that when you're negotiating, what is it that you're striving to attain?
Almost leveled up.
And if it's a win, you know, people conceptualize the success of a negotiation in different ways. Right. It could be you win, which means you get what you want. It could be win-win, in which case both people get what they want. You can go beyond that because you could say that in a really successful negotiation, people even discover new things they didn't know they wanted, and they get those too. So, you know, tactical towards what end? If you had a philosophy of negotiation, what might that be?
You know, the philosophy is great collaboration, which requires long-term relationships. And ideally, every deal kicks stuff out that you didn't expect, that delighted you, which is going to addict you to want to continue to deal with me. Great long-term relationship. If every deal we're in, you're delighted, you can't wait to do another one.
Right, so that's absolutely crucial because it puts it within a real moral framework, right? Because otherwise you could learn to negotiate for psychopathic reasons, which would be only short-term interests of yourself. But if you put it in a framework where you're trying to set yourself up to play repeatedly with the same person or with a whole variety of different people, then an ethic automatically enters in.
Right, your reputation precedes you. I mean, you get a reputation for doing nothing but good for people. People line up to do business with you.
Right, exactly. And reputation is actually the marker for your utility as a long-term partner.
Yeah. Yep.
How does that work with specifically FBI negotiations? I mean, if you're dealing with somebody like a hostage taker, how does that end up being a win for them?
Yeah, well, first of all, the crazy thing is hostage negotiators have reputational concerns. You know, we have repeat customers. And even if the guy that we're dealing with, even if he goes to jail and never comes out, how we handle him is going to get into the media. So reputation is an immediate concern. And you know, people are so driven by where it's taking them in the long run. I mean, if somebody has a vision of the future, no matter how far down the line that vision is, that's a good thing. Now we get something to talk about. And you know, my first response with a bank robber is really going to be, sounds like you want to survive. Of course they do. Otherwise they'd have come out and gotten shot already. Now we get something to talk about.
How do you deal with the people who don't want to survive?
You can pick that up pretty quickly.
Oh.
You know, you're going to know right off the bat. If you're there to hear it. And the analogy in the business world, not everybody wants to do the deal with you. Maybe they want to exploit you. Maybe they want to take advantage of you. Maybe they see it as a one-off. Maybe they're playing you for a fool. You've got to pick that up in your everyday negotiations as well. And you'll hear it if you're open to hearing it. It's avoiding preconceived notions is what really shuts you down. Being too focused on a goal gives you tunnel vision.
Well, I really like the repeated game analogy. You know, that one of the things I've lectured about is that you tell your children it isn't important whether they win or lose, it's important how they play the game. But you do, yeah. But you don't necessarily understand what that means, why you're telling your child that. And they might say, well, it's obviously important that I win, so I don't know what you're telling me. But the goal of proper play is to be invited to play as many games as possible, not to win that particular game, even though you also want to win that game. So you lay out this ethic, which is to make yourself the best collaborator, the most desirable possible collaborator across the longest term with the largest number of people, and then you can put these techniques to use, which without them being cold, harsh, techniques of manipulation.
Yeah, well, I was going to say the big difference between manipulation and influence is really where are you taking me? Manipulation is when I'm trying to hurt you. Influence is when I'm trying to help you. Same set of skills, but where are you coming from, where you're trying to go.
Just redefine the
Right.
two
Right, and
words.
with most business relationships, people get cynical about this, but most business relationships are in fact relationships. You know, I was really struck by this. It's even more so in the business world than it is in the academic world, because in the academic world, you put forward a claim, and at least in the more scientifically oriented field, the validity of your claim is dependent on the degree to which you follow proper scientific procedure. So there's an objective way of assessing your ability. But in business, it's a lot softer than that in some manner, because the measurement techniques for assessing the other person's ability aren't so clearly there. And so relationship becomes crucial. And it's very interesting to me to understand negotiation as the skill that makes capitalism intensely human, because it brings it under the necessity of, it shows how tightly associated successful business development is with playing the game with other people properly. And that helps you avoid cynicism about the entire process, I would say.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I mean, you know, our co-author, I mean, the book was written between myself, my son Brandon, and Tal Raz. Now, Tal is a brilliant dude. I mean, I would read anything, any business book that he's written. I don't know that I'd read any of his poetry, but I'd read his business books. And one of the things that he pointed out to us is, by definition, as a species, the only ones of us that survived were the ones that collaborated. We're hardwired to collaborate. So if you increase your collaboration skills, more people are going to want to do business with you.
Lack of collaboration.
And to your point,
or something that
it's
you
not
need
always
to
that
balance.
measurable in an immediate number. It may be a secondary, a tertiary benefit, but you become wealthy by being a great collaborator.
In your collaboration.
Is there any difference between negotiating across the board with women versus men?
Well, that's a loaded question.
That's for sure.
I didn't mean that. I just.
Instead of collaborating.
We're going to get into differences between men and women. I would love to do that because women pick this style of negotiation up faster than the men do. Now, at the top end, and we got some fairly, you know, qualitative data to back that up. Women are, it's hard, there's so much nurture going on, it's hard to separate nature from nurture. Women are nurtured more to pick up on emotions sooner. They're nurtured more to pick up on soft power sooner and have an appreciation for emotional dynamics and how to use soft power. And so that's why I think that women have a tendency to be better at this. I mean, some of the people that are great negotiators and I'm the biggest fans of are women.
Did you said soft power?
Some of the best people are
Yeah, well,
women.
little boys and little girls. Little boys are taught to fight. Little girls, the women that bring them up know that inevitably they're not going to be the more physically powerful. So they are nurtured early on to figure out how to get things without physically fighting them.
How do you keep your emotions under check when you're negotiating?
that is the challenge. You know, and depending upon, you know, there's a couple different hacks.
Fuck.
And they all take practice, just like any other soft skill. If you're genuinely curious, it's not possible to get upset. If you can stay in a genuinely curious frame of mind. And one of the people I'm also a big fan of, Stephen Kotler, he talks about the psychology of flow. Highly positive state of mind. Curiosity is positive. You're smarter. Your brain is quicker. And when you're genuinely curious, you can't get angry. Interesting cat I run across recently, Daryl Davis. Daryl Davis, black musician who talks Ku Klux Klan members into quitting a Klan.
How do we
and
talk
I had a conversation with him about it.
Into quitting socialism?
People say, well, how do you not get upset with these people?
Talk
You know,
Antifa.
you're a black dude. They openly say that they want to murder you. He says, well, I grew up internationally. I just look at it as a different culture, and I'm just completely curious about where they're coming from and what are they thinking. It leaves him in a state of mind where he can deal with people that are against him personally. But he's just curious about
Well, that's interesting. You know, one of the most useful general psychological techniques in relationship to life and its challenges is voluntary exploration. And it's a particular physiological mode of being. It's a very old brain center known as the hypothalamus, which controls basic drives like hunger and thirst and temperature regulation and defensive aggression. And part of it also controls exploration. And so if you switch into a mode of voluntary exploration, that's a mode of being that's deeply hardwired and that envelops your entire being. But it allows you to pick up information, right? And we are information scavengers, human beings. And so, and that's because you can trade information for valuable things like food, you know. So, if you're in this, I was struck in your book by your emphasis on unknown unknowns. Black swans, you called them at the end. You said, like, if you're listening very carefully to people, you can pick up these unknown unknowns. And that is a consequence of voluntary exploration. And it's useful to pick up on those not only for the conversation that you're having presently, but because of what the consequences for that conversation might be for conversations down the road. And so the man that you just described, he opens himself up and says, well, these people are from a completely different culture than me. Maybe there's some valuable things I can learn from them, regardless of our differences in opinion. And those things are of such value that they might be portable. And it is unbelievably useful to approach the world in that manner, because then everyone you encounter is a gold mine of information, especially if they don't agree. Because they're full of assumptions you don't have. And you can find out something new as a consequence. That's way better than just having your own opinions bolstered, which is reassuring, but doesn't offer you anything new.
Yeah, all those things are completely true. I mean, and by definition, the unknown unknowns is really where the hidden stuff overlaps. In any given interaction, the other side is hiding stuff, I'm hiding stuff. How do we know what happens when the hiddens overlap? That's why the deal can always be made better.
Attention all NCPD subcons. Suspected organized crime activity reported near I-9. Perps in question tied to a series of robberies in the Badlands.
I think for another
Bruce
practical
Ward.
question.
I repeat, Bruce Ward.
Practical? You guys didn't tell me this was going to be a practical interview. I thought we were just going to have some fun.
Dad has fun. I just ask you practical questions repeatedly in my podcasts. So I'm glad we brought the combination. But if you're trying to, like, I think the one negotiation that would benefit everyone is how to go to whoever they're working for and try and get more money. Look for a raise. And I know, especially if you're more agreeable, a lot of people are worried about that and have no idea where to start. So do you have tips for negotiating a raise?
Yeah, sure. Raise is the price term in any negotiation. You know, your salary pays your bills, but it doesn't build your career. You know, price takes care of the immediate problems. But what are your long-term problems? Your long-term problems are how do you build a career? Job negotiations should be about building your career, making yourself more valuable to the team. And one of two things is going to happen. your salary is going to get drug along as a result. Or if it's not, you're more valuable and you shop yourself
I like to see.
to the highest
Until
bidder.
next time, brother.
Now, how do you become more valuable? You know, here's a phrase for every job negotiation, for every annual review. How can I be guaranteed to be involved in the strategic projects that are critical to the company's future? Instantaneous change in the way your employer views you. Because when you go in and ask for a raise, empathy is about how does the other side see you. The other side sees you as selfish. And most employers, most bosses, whenever the employee comes walking in the door, they're after something for themselves. You condition your boss that you're selfish. You may not like that reality, but that's unfortunately the reality. When you change the conversation to how can I help us all prosper, now suddenly your boss, your employer goes like, oh, now here's somebody I want to have around. Here's somebody that's going to make my life better. Conversation is instantly transformed. Now either you'll get more money, you'll have greater experiences, because also you don't want to be involved in the mundane at work. You want to, if you're courageous, you want the big ticket items. You want to have an impact. And then even if they don't give you a raise, the experience of being involved makes you 5 times more marketable than you were before the year started.
Yeah, so your advice basically is that you adopt a much broader mindset, which is something like, how can I be optimally successful in this company? And what optimal success is going to require is being a key player in the most important things that the company does. That's also going to be allied with a willingness to take on additional responsibility, not to see that as a negative. It's a positive. People often avoid responsibility, but it's, if you can take it on voluntarily, there's no difference between responsibility and opportunity if the company is operating properly.
Yeah, what is that responsibility too? You now, the highest levels of your company now have an investment in making sure you succeed. So you've just gone from being maybe somebody struggling by themselves. Your responsibilities are critical to everybody's future, and everybody has a stake in you doing well because that's what you've taken on. I mean, it's a virtuous cycle, if you will.
Yes. It also makes you difficult to replace and therefore much more effective in your salary negotiations.
Amen. Absolutely.
You had some really nice, very practical tips for people negotiating their initial salary. I thought 2 of these were really smart. One was, if you're being interviewed for a new position and you're asked to define your starting salary, to offer a range, to say something like, well, people in this position are often offered $125,000 to $175,000 a year as a starting salary. And to strategically do that so that your desired salary is in the bottom end of that range.
Are you involved for that?
Well,
yes.
Well, it's a good question. Yes, is the short answer according to the book. But it's interesting that you would phrase it as fall for that, because that is the danger of techniques, is that they can become manipulative, you know? So that's why I wanted to talk about the broader ethic.
Yeah.
And you also mentioned that it's smart for someone who's negotiating for their first position to also negotiate metrics for their first raise, which is even more important, right? It's like you could negotiate for how your salary is going to increase in the future rather than what it's going to be right at the beginning. But I like Michaela's question. Would you regard that offering of a range as manipulative?
No, I'm not manipulative. I mean, I'm a nice guy. What are you guys talking about? But I regard that as manipulative. You know, all right. So, and from some of the talks that I've heard you give, Jordan, and some other stuff, you know, there's always additional nuances and factors to consider, and you want to stay off of one thing. Like, first of all, just because what you're worth and what they can pay you might not line up, and the experience for being there may be more valuable than the dollars. I gotta tell you right now, I go work for minimum wage to be Warren Buffett's assistant for a year. I would get him coffee. I would do anything, and I do it. I might do it for free, because that would be a position where I would learn so much. So it's as much not handcuffing the other side and making you somebody they can't get based on the number. You're looking for a great marriage. So the range is to feel them out. Understand also when you give a range and the other side's numbers within that range, they're going to take the end that most favors them. So if you're going to give a range, you better be willing to accept the bottom number. They're not going to in the middle.
Right.
What are the practical aspects of ranges?
The question I had in relationship to that was exactly the manipulative angle. I mean, I guess maybe you could answer it. I would be happy with something in the range of 110,000 to 150,000. And because if you have to point out that other companies are making offers in this range, you have to know for sure that other companies were. I mean, there's no sense adding a falsehood to your negotiation for the purpose of picking up an advantage. That seems to me to be a very bad strategy.
Falsehoods are a bad idea. I'm against any sort of deception by commission or omission. So yeah, especially on that point. No, I wouldn't say something out I didn't know.
This accusation audit, we should maybe talk about that a little bit. That was something I found. Now, you derived that from your analysis of courtroom behavior of lawyers, if I remember correctly.
Well, it added to it. I mean, seeing it work in different areas, it definitely added to our thinking.
What is it exactly? If you don't mind.
Yeah, well, it's first of all, it's the lawyers would call it getting out the uglies in advance. If you got a witness that there's some ugly things about, you bring it up first. Let the jury reconcile themselves to it before they listen to anything else. I worked with some great prosecutors when I was with the FBI Southern District in New York. Now, in business, it's understanding what the negatives are in advance. Well, what's crazy is when we begin to proactively get out in front of them. Like if I get some, let's say you got no negative about me at all, but I'm getting ready to say something that you're not going to like. I'll say, look, you're going to think I'm a real jerk for bringing this up. And then when I bring it up, it'll have far less impact. You'll never know what I headed you off from. And that's why we get really aggressive with going after the negatives early on and calling them out.
Yeah, so the accusation audit allows you to lay out on the table all the weaknesses of your position and your character for that matter. And so there's a variety of reasons that might be useful. One is that by indicating your willingness to admit to these faults, you show that the faults are small enough so that someone could admit to having them. That's the first thing. And the second thing is you show yourself as someone who's larger than their faults because they're willing to admit to them, right? So you minimize the faults in some sense, even though you're presenting them accurately. You minimize their emotional impact, or you decrease their emotional impact, and you increase the integrity of your own character at the same time. And again, these are things that should be done honestly, not as a matter of technique. If you do an accusation audit, it should be a genuine one. And you should be doing it in part so that you, this is my understanding anyway, so that you are also as aware as you need to be of the shortcomings you have in the negotiation.
Yeah. I used to do that to you, I don't know if you remember. I don't know if this was a technique or just an evil thing to do, but I can remember coming home and saying, some sort of terrible thing I had, this isn't exactly what I'm saying, but some sort of terrible thing I'd done. I was out drinking, I was doing this happened. Just kidding, but this actually did happen, and it would be, the second thing would be smaller, and I found that really worked on not getting in as
that's not,
you're like, thank God that didn't happen.
That's not an accusation audit, that's an anchoring technique, correct?
Well, depending upon how you deploy it, there's a combination of both things, yeah.
So we could talk about the anchoring technique as well.
We could. I mean, it's you guys' show. We'll talk about whatever you guys make me that. You got me a hostage here. I'm your hostage.
And
It sounds like you feel like you're a hostage.
I'll take it all day long.
So what is the anchoring technique? Could you describe that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the anchoring technique, and we're very, you can anchor on a number, and we don't anchor on numbers. But I will tell you, we anchor emotionally. Like, if somebody wants to know what I charge for consulting, I'm going to say, hi, more than you have, more than you ever paid. And we're not moving forward in this conversation until you ask me to give you the number. Now, in that period of time that we waited, you're going to think it's some crazy number. And when I give you my number, you're going to say like, well, that isn't that bad. What comes with that? And we've now made the number something that is irrelevant. What's relevant really in all business negotiations is delivery. And we over-deliver.
What a fucking view.
I'm starting to get used
So
to
the anchoring, that was a very subtle use of anchoring or description of anchoring there. The anchoring technique occurs. Imagine that you're always interpreting what's going on within a context of some sort. And so how big something is depends on the context. And so maybe you think a house, say, is worth $135,000, and you find out the person wants $2.5 million for it.
What's happening to
Well,
me?
then if they come down to 500,000, you're going to think that's pretty reasonable because they anchored you at $2 million, even though you thought to begin with it was only 135,000. So
That is what I did. Nice.
Yeah, it's very, very treacherous and sneaky of you.
Both.
Yeah. You still do that?
Are you ready for the final?
I don't think so. I don't think so, but I'm not as seductive as I once was.
Well, we got to raise the level of your skills. We got to get you guys more money. We'll go offline and give you some coaching.
However much you want.
Next time you'll be in one of 5 houses that you wanted to be in. You'll have studios all over the planet. You'll be in Fiji, in Australia.
I need help with getting along or negotiating. I get way too angry, and my husband he's amazing at it. Like he said, like I read your book, and
Lily's a good negotiator. He's married to you.
well, that's what he said too. I was like, I don't get along with you very well. And he's like, yeah, but look where we are. Oh, yeah. Yes, you did. You win that round.
Heading toward the peak. We squeeze between two.
Okay, another hint you have. Neutralize the negative and reinforce the positive.
Every fiber of this ego.
What do you mean by that?
Spirit of the air.
Yeah, well, simply calling out the negatives has a neutralizing effect on them to some degree every time, every single time. Now, how much the effect is varies. But again, if we go back to the neuroscience stuff and the amygdala is 75% negative, you neutralize the negative, you get an opportunity for the positive to pick up some ground. If I say, seems like you want to make a deal, if you genuinely do, then that will reinforce that feeling. Seems like you want a long-term relationship. Seems like terms are important to you. That will reinforce those positive aspects. If I say, seems like you hate uncertainty, the anxiety that you were feeling in the moment will diminish. Now, how much it diminishes, I may need to neutralize it several times to get it out of the way. But again, our neuroscience wiring has laid out a lot of what people like you have instinctively come to know from your practice and your interaction with people, where you guys were finding your way before we could map what was going on inside the brain.
Are you married, Chris?
There is an ex-Mrs. Voss, and I'm looking for the future ex-Mrs. Voss.
Did your marriage fail as a consequence of poor negotiation?
No, you know what? It really failed as a consequence of what all relationships fail at. It's no good or no bad, but a misalignment in core values. And there were things that were important to me that weren't important to her, and vice versa. Business relationships, personal relationships. At the end of the day, it's no good or no bad on either side. It's just enough of a difference in core values that you're entitled to go your way and I'm entitled to go mine, and nobody's wrong.
Right, so irreconcilable differences.
It's That's a good terminology for it, yeah.
Right. Well, that used to be acceptable grounds for divorce.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, I'm not wrong. We just don't match up.
Fuck, I feel like
How have the skills that you learned as a
There was a
tactical
Zen master here.
hostage negotiator affected
Vanished
your,
like that.
your more
What the
intimate
fuck are you
relationship?
talking about?
He taught me how to meditate.
You know, it's helped me
Kind of weird.
to be more
Not
attentive.
my scene. Go and talk to.
You know, it's
to
an ongoing
Misty
process. I'm still learning. I'm still making mistakes.
Yeah, good idea.
I hope to be learning and making mistakes for at least, I'd say I'm a third of the way through my life, maybe another 100 years. But, you know, the idea of dialing into somebody and having a better long-term relationship and even thinking about that and getting better on it is very important to me. So, yeah, I still make mistakes, but, you know, I don't want anybody to regret having had a relationship with me. Although some do.
I think that happens to everybody. How do you negotiate with someone who, say in a hostage situation, who doesn't want to talk to you or isn't communicating? Are there things you can do to get them to stop being so tight-lipped?
Yeah, well, take a step back. If somebody's being tight-lipped, one or two things are happening. First and foremost is probably they don't feel like talking to you is doing them any good because you're not listening. People get tight-lipped because communication isn't doing them any good. Now, they could be trapped in a corner and they could be helpless, or you could be not listening. There are three possibilities. Another reason for being tight-lipped people trust incredibly. And they're a little bit afraid of how vulnerable they are because when they trust, they go all in. And they've been hurt. They've been badly hurt. So they're cautious because you resemble somebody that hurt them in the past. So if you think about what the possibilities are, first of all, you know, just adapt and begin, look, I haven't won your trust yet. Well, if it's not about trust, but they're helpless, they're going to correct. They're going to say, no, it's not about trust. It's because there's nothing I could do. I'm trapped. There's nowhere I could go. But at that moment in time, you're in dialogue. Understanding what really is dialogue, even denial is dialogue. Somebody who gives you more than a one-word response who was previously tight-lipped. Now they're testing to see if you're going to listen, if you're going to understand, or if you're going to contradict or argue. People are tight-lipped with other people who are argumentative.
Do you have any, or could you tell us one of your, I don't know if you're allowed to talk about these things, but can you tell us a bit of a hostage negotiation story? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course it's allowed. Which,
nice.
There I was, terrorist to the left of me.
Yeah, exactly. One of those.
You know, two straight cases in the Philippines, and we talk about both of them in the book. The bad guy on the other side was sociopathic, raping, murdering, killing, straight out of the movies terrorist. The type of person that empathy is not supposed to work on. Now, when do you know when the other side feels understood? When the other side says that's right. At a critical moment in that negotiation, and what I really was an international negotiation coach. I'm coaching people in countries who are coachable.
God, here's the race.
And I'm coaching a guy named Benji, and he's eminently coachable. We summarize the bad guy's point of view. You guys have been oppressed for 500 years. Americans are horrible. Philippine government is horrible. You know, everything he said. 500 years worth of emotional baggage. Bad guy literally says, that's right. In that instance, a $10 million ransom demand evaporated, disappeared, went off the table. A couple of months later, we're continuing in the negotiation. No more monetary demands for the hostage. None. Non-monetary demands. Continued application of what we now refer to as tactical empathy. Hostage walks away on Maundy Thursday, the Thursday before Easter. Walked away. I'm back in the Philippines 3 weeks later, connected back up with Benji. We're working on another case. He says, you're not going to believe who called me on the phone. The terrorist called him on the phone to tell him that he respected him. That's powerful stuff because we were engaged with the same group again. And the guy, the terrorist, the sociopath that called to express his respect for how he was treated, had lost everything in the negotiation. They wanted 10 million, they got 0. So this stuff works. It works on everybody. It always leaves you better off.
Does that mean that this terrorist wasn't actually interested in the 10 million? He was actually interested in being understood? What would you take away from that?
You know, floundering their way through, you know, what the other side is always interested in is the best they could do.
Ready?
One of the things that I learned about in really kidnapping negotiations globally, kidnapping is a commodities exchange. They're businessmen on the other side.
I'm already here.
And what they're really interested in is the best that they could do. And the best you could do is often defined by how you feel during the process of the outcome. So they wanted $10 million or the best that they could possibly do.
Dude, this is your
What
problem,
does $10 million buy you? In this instance, $10 million buys you influence. They started asking for other things that bought them influence. Let's get certain intermediaries involved, certain politicians. We want access to people. If we have more money, what do we spend that money on? Ultimately, guns. What do guns get you? Guns get you influence.
What is this?
Ultimately, people want soft power. So when they started looking for something else after having their anger being deactivated, they also sort of lost control of their operation, which created the circumstances of our hostage walking away. Good things, it sounds ridiculous. Good things fall out of the sky if you let them happen. And that's one of the reasons to engage in this approach to negotiation, because something good is going to happen if you give it the opportunity.
Tell me what your company does exactly now. I mean, if you were hired by a business.
Yeah, well, we get hired by businesses all the time, but we really coach high performers to better lives.
You coach the high performers specifically?
Well, yeah. I mean, the people that are drawn to us are the high performers. And our marketing we're pointed much more at individuals and companies. Again, we coach companies, but companies by and large are relatively dysfunctional. Daniel Coyle in the Culture Code, I think he pointed out the stat that only 6% of corporate executives could actually recite their corporate values.
Well, and 40% of managers have negative net value to the company.
Yeah, there you go, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, these are people that are struggling with themselves, let alone new training. But we coach people into that are making better lives for themselves and their families, that are top performers. I mean, typically people that we coach in negotiations are cutting 2 or 3 life-changing deals a year, as opposed to 1 every 5 or 6 years. Everybody that we coach, that we were coaching last year, are wealthier right now than they were a year ago.
How do they find you?
Well, Black Swan Ltd is the website, BlackSwanLtd.com. You know, the first step is a book, which, you know, you were kind enough to look through and appreciate and recognize how much that, you know, we're in sync with on our thinking. And then come to the website. We got free stuff, download it. Subscribe to our newsletter. It's free. It's actionable. Give us a chance to put your family in a bigger house. Send your kids to a better school.
Your book is titled Never Split the Difference.
Yeah.
So I always thought negotiation meant somebody has a point of view here and somebody has a point of view here, and you want to find middle ground. What exactly do you mean by never split the difference?
You know, it's a two-way street. But splitting the difference, first of all, is a fool's errand for a number of reasons. Compromise. You know, do you compromise your principles? You know, there was a cartoon about a married couple a long time ago. Husband and wife are talking to each other, and the husband says, let's compromise. That way we'll both be unhappy. You know, compromise is a way to guarantee that you're both unhappy. Now, there's some people that say, well, a great negotiation is where both sides are a little unhappy. is a great marriage where both sides are unhappy. That's a definition of long-term unhappiness. So besides knowing what you want, don't compromise and meet in the middle. You're both going to be unhappy. Now what the other side wants may be even better than what you had in mind. A colleague, a friend, a mentor, somebody we do business with, a guy named Dan Sullivan, recently wrote a book called Who Not How. He coaches the greatest entrepreneurs in the world. He heard me give a talk, and he decided how he was going to take a position with his partners on his book deal. The book that he just put out, the people that he collaborated with, he gave them every dime. Because I said, sometimes what the other side wants, give them what they want. The guys that he collaborated with on that book, giving them every dime from the book because the amount of business it's going to develop for his company, which is going to be huge. They are killing themselves for him. I was on a conference call with them, Ben Hardy and Tucker Max. Tucker Max is a famous author in his own right. Tucker says, Dan got every drop of our blood on this book. Dan gave them every dime from the book because he knew how much it was going to bring him long term. So never split the difference. Also, the other side, give them their position, and they will kill themselves for you.
Yeah, so it's interesting because compromise is a reasonable way of construing negotiation, I think. If you're deadlocked and you have to make a decision, and there's also there's time pressure. So then it seems to me under those circumstances that would be a reasonable heuristic to say, well, we'll split the difference and we'll both be unhappy.
No, how dare you? How dare you? No.
Let me develop that out for a moment, because there is something about negotiation that is inextricably associated with compromise. I don't think that's the best way of conceptualizing negotiation as such, though. See, because people are going to listen to this podcast and they're going to think, no. Sometimes you have to split the difference. And
no.
I knew this was going to be.
I want to push you on that because.
Push me. Don't push me. Hug me. Give me a hug.
No, I'm going to go with the push, I think. We can hug at the end if it all goes well. So, look, if you're negotiating with your child, 7 years old, and he wants to go to bed at 9:30, and you want him to go to bed at 8:30, what's wrong with splitting the difference? Why not in that situation split the difference?
Okay.
See, I'm just. I don't think it's reasonable to throw out the idea that compromise is sometimes required in negotiation.
Now you're name calling. How dare you? What, you call me names now?
Well, maybe I'm just digging up the reasons for the marriage collapse. No, sorry.
Anyway.
Do you think there are any circumstances under which the proper way of conceptualizing negotiation is as compromise?
All right, so here's the first problem with compromise. And I know you're familiar with Danny Kahneman's prospect theory. Lost things twice as much as an equivalent gain. The downward spiral we get into compromise, let's say you and I meet in the middle. Neither one of us are going to felt we met in the middle. Because I'm a human being and I'm wired so that lost things twice as much as an equivalent gain. And I believe Professor Kahneman actually gave a Nobel Prize winning behavioral economics theory. I think he said that he thinks it's actually 5 to 7 times as much, and he and Amos Tversky just said twice as much, so they got fewer arguments. So let's say we meet in the middle. Let's say you give in 10. Emotionally, you felt you gave 20. And you're not going to.
Hey, so I'm curious. Have you ever looked back at a time in your life and then realized that your political
opinions are cringes? Now you've hit me for 20. I'm not going to feel even.
Oh yeah,
until I've hit you for 40.
Yeah.
This is a guaranteed downward spiral. Because we're human, it's impossible to compromise in a way that we both feel is fair, even if the numbers are exactly the same.
Okay, so then it seems to me like you're making the case that A negotiation that ends in compromise actually fails.
Fronted a solid team.
Amen.
Their race, so they think.
Okay, well, that's worth thinking about. Yeah, because that would mean that neither party was able to switch the conceptual framework around so that both walked away enriched.
Exactly. They're both going to walk away feeling hurt.
Honestly, I don't know.
It's a recipe for bad,
sure, go ahead, try.
that ain't going to sustain.
Does that imply, let's say then in business negotiation, if you can't negotiate an arrangement where you both walk away enriched and you have to default to compromise, that you should probably walk away?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, no deal is better than a bad deal.
Well, okay, so my question, I actually agree just from looking at...
You're not going to call me names like your dad.
No, I'm a very nice person. That's not even true. My dad is a nice person.
I know, I'm just teasing the both of you.
What's up?
I was looking forward to talking to you guys because I knew it was going to be fun.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm glad that weird from a second ago this time. So I found that when I'm trying to negotiate things, I'm angry unless I change my mind or get what I want, which I think is what you were saying. I've never felt okay with the compromise. So I kind of get what you're saying from there. Now, putting a toddler to bed, my go-to is, hey, you're 3 and I'm older than you, and 8 o'clock is the bedtime. Yeah, it's just power. It's authority, and it doesn't work. Yeah, it's authority. So that's my go-to. Now, Andre, my husband, negotiates with a 3-year-old, and I go, you're insane for negotiating with a 3-year-old, but he can talk her into deciding she wants to go to bed at 8, which is ideal. But when do you use authority? Or do you just think that's a bad tactic?
Well, using authority,
follow resource too tight,
is bad for the long
kicked.
Because then if it's with your children, you're conditioning them that they can't win without authority. Now I would ask you to consider your interactions with your children over bedtime. You're trying to get them to go to bed, or you're trying to get them to think. And I would offer the larger views to get them to think. And then at what age, how do you stimulate that thinking? 3 is a little early, 4 to 5, but you're really teaching your kids to think all along the way. You're showing them core values. And if you're getting your way with your kid based on authority, what kind of a core value are you showing? Now there are times children need discipline. Human beings need boundaries because it makes them feel secure. Stability.
You could say that about 50 times, I would say.
Yeah. Everybody needs stability, predictability. Predictability turns into trust. Your kids need to know if you're going to set a line and how you're going to set that line. And then are you going to encourage them to think and become better people? And a lot of people use numbers to put the difference in their interactions with their kids. And we get funny feedback like, I've cut 15 minutes off bedtime, or 20 minutes off preparation time to go to bed. And then the interactions with the children are different. This is human nature stuff. This is really about human nature.
How about business stories? Let's walk through like a particularly successful transformation that you see from the clients. Something like that.
Wow. Yeah. Well, the first one that springs to mind, because my students at the business schools were my clients, my customers. I was coaching them into better deals. One of my students is doing a negotiation to come on with a company, and he's the best person for the job. He's worth more than what they're offering, and the job is worth more than what they're offering. He said, we're at an impasse, I can't get any more out of it. He said, write down a list of questions that you would ask where the answer would be yes, that would prove your case. Now flip all those questions on its head and make every one of them a no-oriented question. And you'll be shocked what you can get away with getting somebody to say no. Do you want me to fail? Do you want to lose the best person for the job? Do you want the person that takes this job to fail? If flipped all his yes questions to no questions. He came back to me and said the salary offer that they put on the table was so much higher than what they were authorized to do. They had to go to the CFO to give him permission to do the deal. Another job negotiation. Young man is a top analyst in his company, making boatloads of money for his company. Wants to go back and renegotiate his compensation package. The important thing here too is the other side doesn't feel beaten. He goes to his boss and he says, you know, I'm earning more for you than anybody else is. I deserve a raise. And his boss says, yeah, you know, those are all true, but I don't see how I can give you a raise that's fair to everybody else who's been here longer than you and put more of their life into this company. So you come back to me in 2 weeks. If you can come up with a plan that shows how we can do this fairly, I'll give you the raise. He comes back 2 weeks later. The boss said, did you come up with a plan? And he said, no. The boss said, why not? He says, well, you make a great point. There's no way to do this that's fair to everybody else.
Drive up to the finish.
And the boss said, yeah, but it's not an issue of fairness to everybody else. It's an issue of how profitable you are for the company. And he gave him the deal, gave him a better salary compensation, which was his boss's idea because he deactivated the negative thinking he had in his head.
You're too
This
wide
is
around
interfering
corners
with
and
it.
slow down the last
And he came back to us and he said,
but I'm
this is going to change my life.
No regrets putting me behind the wheel?
And that's the kind of stuff we get from our clients all the time.
Last driver is better than I am.
How big is your organization?
Good husband.
Right now, we've got 15 people in the company.
And do they all do coaching of the sort that you've been describing?
No, we've got 5 coaches. And we've got some business development people.
We reached the final
we've got back office people that keep our coaches and our business development people on task.
Maybe we
We've got a
should
great
change the
team.
subject.
Sure. So,
yeah. About a lift to my
if I
garage?
came to you for your services, how would we start the process?
Sure, thanks.
What would happen?
Let's go.
Would I have to come to you with like a specific business case, or are you training me as an individual more broadly?
Both. We do both. We get a lot of people that will come to us for coaching in specific deals, and we'll build a strategy that's going to accelerate it to its best outcome in a third of the time, probably less. Now, the best outcome might be that you stop wasting your time in this deal and move on. There's a phrase in sales, it's not a sin to not get the deal, it's a sin to take a long time to not get it.
Yeah, right, absolutely. And those are the deals where, the terrible ones, where it looks like something might happen.
Yeah, hope. Why people say hope is not a strategy, hope might just kill your profitability because you're never going to get the deal. So we'll coach you through specific deals. And typically, almost everybody that we've coached in a deal not only wants more for them, but they want more for people in their company. One executive we've been coaching for a year just signed up all of his executives for individual coaching because we're making them so much money.
Yeah, well, one of the things you mentioned here too is that no, when the person you're negotiating with says no, that isn't necessarily such a bad thing, and you should stop thinking that it's a bad thing so it doesn't scare you. And I guess one of the advantages to no also, if it's true, no tells you what a dead end actually is. And so if it's a genuine no, you don't have to go sniffing down that trail anymore, and that can stop you from death by hope, which can really be a catastrophe.
That's right. To give you the magic words. You hit the nail on the head. Yeah, not wasting your time. And since we've really, and this has been since the book came out, it's something we call proof of life, or the favorite of the fool. If you don't know who the fool in the game is, it's probably you. If you're the fool in the game, you got to find out, get out of the game, go play with somebody else. At least 20% of all business opportunities are fool in the game. What would happen if you got rid of 20% of the deals where you're just spinning your wheels? You don't even have to get any better. You just get rid of the stuff that's killing your time. Certain things like that can really accelerate your success.
Any tips on how you might identify pitfalls like that? I mean, a clear failure is merciful in some sense, as we've been skirting around that definition. Clear failure is merciful. It's chasing the thing that never appears that kills you. How do you start understanding when you should quit?
Well, the more focused in a business interaction, the more focused somebody is on price, like right off the bat, if they're pushing you really, really hard for price. 90% of the time, you're the competing bid. You know, and the world is, even though I live in Vegas, the world is Las Vegas rules. You got to get off out of the game where you're winning 15% of the time, and you got to get into the game where you're winning 70 to 75%.
Except I'm here to fix your sound system.
The more they're pushing you on price,
subwoofers
it's a data point you're competing bid.
You're not on the list.
So
hey,
that's
you really
your
want,
first
call your boss and ask. But I'm punching
so your
the meter
second,
now.
your second
So
fiddle right there.
Time's
right.
X.
Now the next thing is, you ask somebody what we refer to as a visioning question. If they have any intention of moving forward with you, which makes you the favorite, then you say, all right, so how would we move on from here? If they are at complete loss for words, then they had no intention of moving on with you because they didn't envision it before the conversation.
Oh, I really like that. So that's really smart. So you ask the person that you're discussing the situation with how they would envision this relationship if it was successful. And if they can't tell you anything, then it isn't obvious at all what they're doing in the negotiation. They might be doing what you said with regards to price. They're playing you off against their true supplier, let's say. Right. So what you're negotiating, it's such a useful way of thinking about that. I mean, you know, when you're starting a business with someone, it's pretty self-evident that you need to develop a shared vision. Otherwise, you wouldn't be undertaking that adventure, let's say. It's really easy when you have a business to think that what you're doing is selling. You know, you have a product and you're selling it. But it's much more useful, I think, to think about it as if you are expanding your business and taking on your new buyer as a partner. Because that's actually what you're doing.
Show your Uncle Carlos some skin.
So you're inviting them into your business, and that means your business has to shift and change, and so does theirs, and you both have to see that as a positive thing. And if that isn't happening, then the sale isn't going to occur. Because you're actually not selling, you're actually trying to build a relationship.
Right. And you know what? Even if they want to proceed with you, you might not want that relationship. That's part of it too.
Yes, absolutely.
They lay out a vision where, you know, what they're doing is not good for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's where yes is a big problem.
Valentinos are running gigs.
I mean, I had a business deal arranged with a large corporation in the United States 10 years ago. We were thrilled about it. And then the CEO got fired a week later, and the deal just fell apart. We'd been negotiating it for about a year and a half, and it was literally on his desk to sign, and he was replaced. And so it just killed it. But a month and a half later, we were unbelievably relieved because we realized that we would have had to have done all sorts of work for the company that we would have never got paid for, and it would have taken on a responsibility that was completely incommensurate with the rewards. And so that was a good situation where yes would have been a catastrophe. So I guess partly what you have to do is not assume that no is a disaster and not assume that yes is a blessing. You have to sit back and see if the vision, as you pointed out, is worthy of pursuit and that you're both committed to it.
Yeah. What's the how? How's this? How is yes is nothing without how? I mean, how is everything?
Or yes, it's even dangerous without how.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yes without how is a train wreck coming at you. Is however long that relationship lasts, it's gonna be blood money. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna take years off your life. You're gonna want that time back.
Yeah, exactly. An opportunity you wish you didn't have.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, we have those occasionally. That's why we decide. You know, we have bad relationships.
So. Look, I did a lot of executive coaching, and like you, my clientele were high performers. We asked the companies with whom we work to send us their high performers, and we would increase their productivity. Now, I basically work for the individual, not for the company.
Right.
And my goal was to make their life better on the assumption that that would make them more productive. And so I did counterintuitive things. For example, with the lawyers I worked with, most of them took far more vacations after they worked with me for a few months, but their productivity went up.
Yeah.
But our strategy, my strategy, was to help the person develop an overarching vision for their life that was well balanced and iterable, you know, because your life has to be sustainable. If it's to last, it has to be sustainable. If it's not sustainable, by definition, it leads you downhill. And to be sustainable, it has to be developed in a variety of areas. You can't sacrifice one thing to another too great where you fall apart across time. How much do you think success in business and success in negotiation is dependent on the development of a global vision for what constitutes a successful life? Because if you're negotiating, you need to know why you're negotiating. And that's a deep question, why?
Yeah, I think completely. You know, where is this taking me? Vision drives decision, decision drives action. It's astonishing what people will do if they feel it's taking them someplace wonderful.
Yes.
And they won't do the simplest things that they feel are either useless or taking them to a bad place.
Yes, well, and thank God for that, right? Because why should you do something unless it's taking you somewhere better?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, the vision drives decision. Where's this taking us? And that is almost all, and that's in the head anyway. That is so, you know, if interacting with me, it just makes you happier to start with. You're going to want more of it. If you know that I'm dedicated to your success as well as my own, then you can trust me with your secrets. And we'll come up with a better deal. Because you see that I'm a great long-term partner. What's a long-term relationship? I'm dedicated to you being happier. I mean, it's one of the reasons that people in my company we love working together because we love helping people. Plus, we're all helping each other to a better life.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you about your vision. Like, if you had to articulate your vision, what would that be? What would the articulation be?
The vision for me, for my life, or for the people that I work with?
Well, both. I'd be interested in both of those. Your life specifically, but also, that obviously, because you work with these other people, your vision of yourself has to has implications for how you're interacting with them.
First of all, for people to be happier in their day-to-day interactions.
Okay, and what do you mean by happy? I have a specific reason for asking this, because you already mentioned that people are much more averse to loss than they are thrilled by gain.
Right.
So a lot of times when people talk about happy, what they mean is less misery. Rather than more positive emotion, like they mean less misery, less uncertainty, less pain, less threat, less fear.
Right.
So when you say happier, do you mean happier or do you mean more secure? And
yeah, I mean, we are across the board. The people that we work with, that I work with, that we coach, we enjoy what we're doing. We don't feel like we're doing anything at anybody's expense.
Right.
We don't feel like we're exploiting anybody. Our clients, on a regular basis, are not just making more money, but enjoying their jobs more. And weekly, we had a meeting earlier today where we were sort of wrapping up 2020, where we completely pivoted our business, had a ball dealing with the crisis because we work so well together as a team, and are actually serving more people. And, you know, it's not our primary objective, but we're more profitable this year than we were last year, which means we get to do more next year and we get to meet more cool people. The people that we meet on a regular basis who want to get better and want to make the world a better place, are fun people to be around.
Oh yeah, that's a good deal. That's a good deal.
Yeah, so, you know, like I mentioned Dan Sullivan earlier. He's an interesting cat. You know, everybody, Stephen Kotler. I get interactions with Stephen Kotler, one of the most interesting guys on the planet, because he's about making the world a better place. These are fun people to be around. You're fun.
Am I fun?
I think it's fun.
I'm fun when I'm on. I'm not fun when I'm not on. Got some questions?
I think it's actually time. And I think we're done. So thank you so much for coming on. I was incredibly interested to talk to you. I really like the fact that I really like to never split the difference. That really resonated with me, because whenever I do some sort of compromise, I feel like I've lost. It doesn't work. I also really enjoyed if you know to never split the difference, then maybe you should just walk away. And I think that's really important to know, that maybe you don't want to, if you can't come to a compromise and make both people happy, maybe you don't want to have a relationship with that person. I think that's really valuable. Where you mentioned a couple places people can find you. What are your social media handles?
All right, so I'm at the FBI Negotiator on Instagram. But really the best way for us to help people as much as they want, we got a free negotiation newsletter we put out. It's not so important that it's free. What's best about it, it's concise. It's a short read. I mean, some people put out newsletters and they're 15 articles. You don't know what to do with them. The newsletter is a gateway to everything we have. And if I may, the website is blackswanltd.com, BlackSwanLTD.com. We've got a text to sign up function also, which is simple. It only works in the US, and I'm sure you got a global audience. But in the US, if you text to the number 33777, send a message, Black Swan Method, 3 words. Capitalization doesn't matter. Space between each word. You get a dialog box back if you want, only if you want. Sign up for the newsletter. We'll help you. We'll move you forward. We love helping people provide, have more fun and have more.
I'm signing up. I need that.
It was great meeting you.
It was an absolute pleasure being on with both of you guys.
Lovely talking with you. Yeah, and good luck. I hope that you do continue succeeding in your attempts to help people help themselves, and by helping to make the world a better place. Cliched as that might sound, unless it's replaced by a better philosophy, it's a pretty good one.
It'll do, yeah, it'll do. It'll do. Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Ridiculous that the secession would occur over masks.
It wouldn't, but I'm saying this is an example of something where there's a clean break.
Yes.
And risk averse versus, someone who's risk seeking. These are just two fundamentally different perspectives. Do you want to have an NHS, or do you have one of a market-based healthcare system? You can make very valid arguments for both. There's no reason for everyone to be under one.
But you think that's not something that you think that's irreconcilable, if that's the word?
Yeah.
That's not in the space of ideas that you can have in the same room together, and they fight at each other and ultimately make progress. Like that secession is the more effective way to proceed forward.
Yes.
Well, do you see a possible world where no is the answer? Meaning, I know you say yes because you kind of lean on the side of freedom and anarchism.
Yes.
Like you want to make. Let me make an argument in terms of divorce, which is in your worldview or your intuition is you want to make secession as frictionless as possible, like
of course,
along all lines, not just like states or whatever. Just like
absolutely,
you want to choose, you want to be free,
yeah, and peaceful.
Let me make my authoritarian Russian
Papa Stalin
argument in terms of relationships. Like when shit goes wrong in a relationship.
What's your language?
Okay, there's only a place for one Stalin at this table. Okay.
Okay, I'll get to be Lenin.
No, you get to be like Merkel, as our previous discussion with Putin. Okay, don't let me unleash the hounds. You want to work through some of the
Do you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Sure. Well, I'm gonna leave out a lot of personal information, but I'm a hostage negotiator for the state of California, so I'm not FBI. And biggest thing was, as I was watching like your new direction that you're going, I noticed that there's probably a lot of our techniques that you could use, as well as personally, I believe that it could be beneficial for us in the long run as society is changing, because most of our information is not up to date on a lot of things.
Yeah,
we
like
use a lot of.
What about in particular when you say that?
So basically, I notice a lot on when you talk to people. Once they start to feel attacked by you, they kind of go into more like what looks to me like a crisis scenario, where they become over emotional. They start to be purely about defending themselves on only an emotional level, and then a lot of the discourse goes nowhere, which it seems like it's kind of par for course for the Twitch debate scene, because it's after that the circle jerk afterwards of communities.
Yeah, for sure.
But with the direction you want to go, I feel like what was it? I've noticed you've said a lot of like you want to start acknowledging descriptive claims that people make, but for what I see, it's more like acknowledging the emotional content behind it than the actual factual content.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'd say that.
Yeah. So that's one of the big things that we have to do is in a crisis scenarios, we have to dig into the emotional content of what somebody's saying, and then we have to validate the emotional content while allowing time for emotions to settle down and start making a rational decision.
How long have you been doing this as for your line of work? Not long. Okay.
Mine is not long, but I'm trying to. So ideally, I'd be if I could help you with yours, that would help me with actual real life experience.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Does that make sense at all, or?
That the conversation might yield some beneficial truth that could help you in an actual crisis situation or something like that?
Pretty much, yeah. So I see people who are going into crisis situations. And so, in a way, if I could help with those, calm them down and get down to a better understanding, then that for me turns into experience for like real life scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of what I've got right now is more research than practical application.
Sure. Have you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable. Have you been involved in any of these situations yet? Like, have you had to actually negotiate something in real life, or?
So no, I'll be honest, because that's a lot of what we do. I haven't. We just got done. Me and my group just got done with our training on it, and I'm a little jealous because the other people that came in with me have already gotten some experience under their belt.
Sure. How often do these situations come up?
So not often, a handful of times a year. So that's why figuring out a way to train and be prepared for it is real important.
Yeah, because you don't get much on the field experience, I imagine,
Yeah, and then there's things that we go through and learn that are almost contradictory to some academia. So like a big thing that a lot of crisis negotiators will deal with is suicidal subjects. So we'll have somebody inside who wants to kill themselves, and that makes it very hard to talk to because we have no leverage when somebody wants to die. But
well, I don't know if I'd say that's true, but I understand what you mean. Yeah, that's a lot harder when
yeah. So you have to. When I say leverage, I'm talking about like, say somebody's actually taking a hostage, or like what was it, like a month or two ago, where that guy robbed a bank, got surrounded, and turned into a hostage vacate situation.
Yeah.
There's a little more reason and leverage to talk to a negotiator when if you step outside, there's a bunch of guys with guns outside.
Sure, yeah.
As opposed to when it's just you inside and you want to die. And if you talk to the negotiator, well, there's nothing compelling you to talk to us and not take your own life.
Yeah, it seems like the route to go there would be to try to guilt trip them in regards to like if they have family or somebody still alive, I guess would be that, yeah.
So you could call it a guilt trip, but it's more like you're trying to empathize with them and get them on an emotional level. The big thing is telling somebody who's suicidal, getting them to realize that it's a permanent solution to a short-term problem.
Yeah. Do you think that does that actually work with super suicidal people?
Yeah. So one of the things that actually bugged me, what was that? One of your debates with one of the alt-right guys with super pro guns was talking about suicidal people. You can't convince them not to commit suicide, and that's just statistically not true. For a lot of people, it has to do with ease of access. So if you look at, we don't have gas stoves anymore because a lot of women used to commit suicide by just carbon monoxide poisoning themselves. Law enforcement has a lot of suicide because a lot of law enforcement has access to guns. So when he was saying that people who want to kill themselves are just going to kill themselves, that's just simply not true. Yeah. Any other questions you want to just go off on? Or?
Not that I can think of, I guess. I'm trying to think if I have any questions related to like actual hostage negotiation. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. What are the what are like some similarities that you see, I guess, between some of the conversations I have versus what you do that you feel like there's like a decent amount of crossover between the two things?
Oh man. So I'm trying to find. I wrote down some notes so that I wouldn't be so lost, and now I can't find it.
No, that's fine. You need to take a few minutes to go search whatever. That's fine too. There's no rush. I know. It's not like I'm on a super time.
Yeah. Let's see. Basically, kind of like quick examples would be where we go. That recent thing with Jenna when her stuff got revealed.
Yeah.
When you start having those people when they're no longer talking, listening to you, and they're just purely trying to get across their point, but there's an emotional context to their point. We define a crisis situation as when somebody's coping mechanisms, the emotions have overwhelmed their coping mechanisms. And I feel like on Twitch, you get a lot of that because almost any piece of drama can't be make or break you.
Yeah, for sure.
So you have an added level of stress to where that's kind of like ruining a career. Then you have the unfortunate part of, tons of eyes on you, everything. And then it seems like, from what I've heard on a lot of different streamers, influencers, and stuff, just when they're being honest on their channels, is that a lot of them are just going through their own emotional problems themselves.
Yeah,
and so you compile all that together, it seems like it goes real fast into a quick emotional state. And that's where I see the similarities. Now, normally that's also prime content, so it's kind of debatable on how you want to handle that.
Yeah. Oh, here's a question. Are there times when negotiators actually deliver on requests, or is that always like just things they say to get the person to comply?
So we always deliver on any requests because statistically, people who get themselves in these situations are likely to do it again. About 70% of people who end up in a situation where we're called are going to do it again. So if I lie, that ruins whoever comes in the next time's chance.
Jeez. Okay.
And that's for anything, whether it's taking a hostage to get something you want or even just being suicidal. No matter what, our priority is a nonviolent resolution. So we're trying to make sure we can solve it before anybody has to go in and get injured. Because when we go in, we get injured too. There we go.
Is there like a specific psychological profile of somebody that's more likely to take a hostage versus somebody that wouldn't? Like, is this something that like any type of criminal will do, or is it more likely to be like a domestic situation, or?
So the biggest psychological profile would be for people who end up in these situations. It's gonna sound kind of sad, but it's just people who've never been listened to. And so usually when we come in onto something like that, they're people who are driven to such desperate measures and such emotional states that they feel that that's the only way they can get something done.
Okay.
We're talking about, the people who, like a single mom who lost their job and their only thing is not to just commit suicide, but to kill their children because they can, they're the best ones to provide for them, and without them, how are their children going to survive? It's completely logical when you're thinking about it from a purely logical perspective, but once you start getting into the emotional state, then it's a little bit, you can see where they're coming from.
Yeah. Wait, you mean it's purely logical that they shouldn't kill their children themselves, right?
No, I said, did it come off as logical? I meant to say illogical.
Oh, yeah, okay. Just making sure. Okay. Wait, as a hostage negotiator, are you like a typical like law enforcement officer, or are you only called in for these things, or?
So anybody who's members of these things, it's an additional thing. It's an additional duty. So you step out and try out, go through the training, and then it's when the situation arises, you put that hat on.
So you're telling me there's a chance you could negotiate against somebody who you've like written a fucking speeding ticket for?
Yeah, that's technically true.
Okay.
Actually, for my scenario, yeah, there's a good chance. So real good chance.
Oh wait, are you? So wait, have you said which state you work in? You did, right?
I said California.
Okay, yeah, I'm just making sure I'm not repeating things from an email. So is it California Highway Patrol? Is that what you're part of?
No.
Or is it LAPD, or what is it?
No, so I never said I was police. I said I was with the police. I'm actually for the Department of Corrections. So if I work in prisons, so there's actually a good chance that I could talk to somebody that I'd give an extra time to or something like that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But you're not like a normal like patrol officer or something. Or are hostage negotiators ever or generally normal patrol officers? Oh, okay.
I'm just a regular officer.
Gotcha.
So when I was trying to think of my academy, there were a lot of sergeants and lieutenants, but for the most part, it's regular, and then they tend to promote better.
Okay. Do you get if you have this hostage negotiation like training / certification, do you always get like are you on like a permanent pay bump, or is it only when you're doing those types of situations? I'm just curious.
No, there's no pay bump at all, actually.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I get extra hours because the situation can last for days, so I'll be on for that whole time, but I'll also be working for the majority of that time. I think most policies say that a negotiator should stay on for about 8 hours at a time, especially like FBI guidelines, but I think we'll go 12 to 16 if would need be.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If you work in corrections, do you actually work like in jails sometimes?
I work in prisons.
Do you think it's possible if you were to get like a high profile, you're probably not calling clients, you're probably calling prisoners, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Prisoner, inmate.
If you had a really high profile inmate that you knew was at an extra high like risk of suicide, did Jeffrey Epstein actually kill himself, or did you guys do it? Do you have the answer?
I don't have the answer to that one. I would guess that he killed himself there.
Really?
Yeah. There's because like with all things, a lot of police work is like balance between rights and everything. So even if you had high profile, you wouldn't be like crazy monitoring, because then that'd be another lawsuit for like inhumane levels of surveillance sort of things.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, like once you're in prison, you don't lose all your rights. You don't completely lose your Fourth Amendment right.
But I'm sure there's like some degree of like high-level monitoring for prisoners that are like super like at high risk for suicide, right?
Every 30 minutes. And what you do in between that check, that's on you. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
He was marked as not a high risk of suicide anymore, Destiny. Oh, is that actually true, RTBA?
Yeah. And I don't know, because he was in a federal prison, so I don't know much about their policies. But I know how specialized housing units work, and those ones, and they're an every 30-minute check. At night, it's every hour, because they sued and said that every 30 minutes kept waking them up, so we were depriving them of sleep, and they wanted us.
Oh, okay. I have a real good sociopathic question for you. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Have you been able to take any of the training that you've gotten insofar as hostage negotiation goes and apply that to any type of personal life events?
Yeah. So, real easy ones. Everybody goes to the academy, says right after, they say that their wives or girlfriends have never loved them as much as they do right now.
Yeah.
Because it's not so much about talking, it's more about listening, so you learn how to listen. And there's a lot of guys who never listened to begin with.
Sure.
So it's like a big change, especially officers.
Okay.
Yes? Can I help you?
Yeah. Cool. So I found my notes for the most part.
How's it going?
Okay.
Hey, you got any special offers?
There.
Depends.
I could
wanna
go
cremate
over
somebody?
a couple
Or make a purchase for yourself.
things
Don't
on
you think
there.
it's a little too soon for me?
Always better to be insured. If you pay now, you can get a 50%
So,
discount with our latest
a lot
cremation
of
salvation package.
What we don't want to
Come
do
on
is
now, that's
be
just too good to be
accusatory.
true.
We don't want to attack whoever we're
But
talking
it is
to.
true. The
Because
details are in our complimentary information booklet.
it's often said that arguments don't change people's minds, but relationships do.
Sure.
So one of the bigger things that we're trying to do is build a relationship. So like when you're saying you have no problem describing descriptive claims versus your prescriptive claims, we would call that, on our terms, is more like empathizing as opposed to sympathizing. So I can empathize with the emotions that you're feeling when you say this. It doesn't mean that I agree with you. But I understand those emotions. I can understand why you would walk that or talk that way, do that sort of thing. Fundamentally, I still disagree, but I'm saying that as a human, I respect those emotions.
Sure.
And I don't want to accuse you on them. A big thing, like a quick rhetorical thing that could change, sort of, is when you're putting heat on somebody and you say why is always accusatory. It has like a connotation of defend yourself. Whereas you could say, oh, what made you believe that? Or what brought you to that conclusion? And now you're actually allowing them to expand and open up. And then if you have somebody who's kind of like JonTron, they're going to probably say something stupid.
Gotcha. What do you do when so eventually you're gonna drill down, I imagine, to them saying something that you want to push back on. So like I imagine if you're negotiating with some guy at some point, you know, like, why are you holding this person hostage? And they might say, well, you know, nobody respects me, which might be true. And then you say, well, why is that? Or you know, what led you to believe that? Eventually it's going to drill down to like, you know, there's no place for me in this world. I don't have any options. There's nothing I can possibly do. Like, this is the only thing I can do. What do you do when you hit like that? There's got to be some rock bottom claim that you have to, like, be able to not argue with them on, but push back on. How do you identify that? What do you do?
A lot of it's going to be like a therapy, honestly. But it's going to come off as like, have you felt this way before? Let them elaborate, talk. A lot of it's going to be a lot of time. It's never going to be like a fast, quick thing. Or could be, but ideally you want to, same thing like for a suicidal person. Have you ever felt this depressed before? Have you ever felt this sad? Have you ever wanted to take your life before? What did you do then? What did you do to get your mind off of it? And then you can guide it that way.
Gotcha.
same thing with that. You know, somebody says, I don't feel like there's any place. Nobody ever listens to me. What did you do before? I used to go out for a run, figure out what their coping mechanisms were, whether they're healthy or unhealthy, try and get them more towards those coping mechanisms again. And then from there, once you've built them up a little bit, try and direct them towards more healthy coping mechanisms. So if it's somebody who's like, well, every time I felt pissed, I went and I shot up heroin and just passed out. Oh, well, I can't get you heroin. But, you know.
Do you ever do... What's... I'm sure that when you guys are talking about these things, I'm sure you guys have, like, case studies where you talk about specific negotiations that were either exemplary or extraordinary or something, right?
We have some where we talk, so... But for the most part, we try to treat every single one as a unique experience.
Sure. Do you...
So,
or go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, every person's different. Every person has different things that make them tick. So if you start building up a lot of case studies, and not so much talking about techniques or how you went around things, but so more actually like looking at solutions, then you could end up doing a solution that pisses somebody off.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I guess what I was kind of getting at, I was just curious of, is like, what's like the weirdest request or like the oddest request that you've had to fulfill, or that somebody's had to fulfill as part of like a hostage negotiation that you've heard of?
Yeah, I couldn't think of one.
Yeah. Okay.
Normally, it's that's not something. Also, like full techniques on what would and would not be negotiable aren't something I'm comfortable talking about.
Oh, sure. I guess because if people know exactly what they can get, that's probably not
exactly.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So, but there are. Yeah, I guess during training we had somebody make sure that we would tell our commander at the time that he was a fucking idiot. So that was
what? Why?
Oh, because you didn't build good rapport with the guy.
Oh, not one of the negotiators, but the guy, the hostage taker or whatever. Told. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Hello? Bodies all fucking day long. What a life. Don't complain. You're lucky to even be alive.
Yeah.
Are there any like precursors to like this is going to turn into a hostage situation? Are there any like huge signs where it's like this is likely to play out this way, or?
Alberto.
So, in a world where it seems like a lot of people think that the government has a lot more power than it does, when really it's Google and Apple and all those things, Facebook, that are monitoring everything they probably have those signs. We don't. It'd be nice to know. It'd be nice to know ahead of time that I was going to be called out at midnight, but it's normally at 10 till 1 that you get a phone call. Hey, we're up. But once we get there, there's things that we look at. There's things that we look at to determine factors of violence. And this is more so to know whether or not that we can talk to somebody or whether or not it's more go time.
Okay.
Because you don't want to sit there and be talking to somebody who has like almost no chance of being talked to, and everybody inside is going to be hurt.
Yeah, of course.
For every police agency, there is a priority of life. You have hostages and innocent civilians, bystanders. Then you have the first responders. Underneath that, you have the specialized responders, and then finally the subject themselves, whoever decided to start the incident.
When you negotiate, is it always during like active situations, or have you ever had somebody like that's trying to like threaten something that you negotiate with? Does that make sense?
That kind of makes sense. I mean, for the most part, like the training that I use on inmates on a daily basis. So I've used that to calm down a lot of situations and make things stop before they go off. But if you're like, maybe in a couple years, then that'll be something that I've gone through. In my position right now, that's not something that I really have to worry about. But a lot of what we do falls in line similarly with techniques that lawyers use. So, because there's a lot of lawyer negotiators. On the research that I've done, it seems like we share a lot of research together. The only difference then is our stress is a little different because there's live one. Whereas their stress amounts to losing control because a negotiation is a give and take relationship.
How many, is it oftentimes important to have only one negotiator working on a particular case, or can you swap it?
Let's see. It's real hard to answer some of these questions because it's like I'm not sure which ones are confidential answers.
Oh, sure.
Because some of them are you can Google this and figure this out. It's not on Wikipedia,
but you don't know 100%
but
which ones. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because like this is technically an answer that you could Google and you could find out everything on a negotiation team, but you would have to go to like multiple different sites to piece it together.
Gotcha. Okay.
So if it was simple on Wikipedia, because I checked on a lot of these when I tell you, but no, you don't. You want to keep one for as long as possible, but like I said, we'll work 8 to 12-hour shifts sort of deal. So if you're talking about something like that happened at Arizona Lewis Prison where that lasted 15 days, you're not gonna be talking to the same guy for 15 days straight.
Sure.
Because we want to stay rested so that we can make good decisions.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking in terms of like building rapport would suck if you felt like you were getting pretty far with one guy and then you swap in another negotiator.
Yeah, no, that can suck. I've heard of that happening, where it's like some teams where everybody was too gung ho to go, they would talk for 45 minutes, switch, talk for 45 minutes, switch, and that was, what are you doing? Did you forget your training? Cool. So like, just real quick, back to like the whole things that could be said for types of rapport. Yeah. So, like with the whole Jenna scenario, I'm just going off like more recent things.
Yeah, sure.
When she was freaking out, talking about how nobody's listening to her and everything, it could have. That's something where, if that was one of us on the line, we would have been like, well, sounds to me like your self-image, or it's really important that people don't think you're a terrible person. Because that was the main thing she was trying to get out. She's not a terrible person.
Yeah.
She wasn't necessarily denying anything else like that. For us, we would try to build towards something that would get those things out, still say a lot of what got said, and then towards the end of it, we would be looking for, in the middle of that, be like, so you don't want people thinking you're such a terrible person. Well, how would you accomplish that? And then we'll start problem-solving questions that way once we build a certain level of rapport.
Okay.
So from there, it could even have been like, hey, for that scenario, you'd be like, what you did seemed really scumbaggy. The clip shows really bad, looks really bad. So how will we stop this? And from there, if you're thinking on your end how you want this to end, as you build towards something, you'd be like, hey, I say that doing these things are not cool. And then you build towards something where you could have like those public statement stuffs. And so that way you check off, you get to empathize with what she's feeling. You repeat it back to her so that way her emotions are being heard. And so that way she feels that you're listening, and then you start problem solving together in a way that can still, because just because you can empathize with the feeling doesn't mean you agree with the actions taken.
Sure. What in terms of, have you watched any of my have you seen any of my political debates or whatever?
Yeah. So on a lot of those, I think again, this could be helpful because your main goal is more you're trying to talk to the audience, right?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
So the way that I see it is a lot of these people, they choose who they identify with, and it's almost like a representative for them. So if you come hard and attack them, they'll be feeling like they were attacked rather than being reasoned with.
Sure.
So even with those things, it's like acknowledge where the emotions lie, and then try and get to the facts afterwards. Do you have any examples you'd like to go over? Most of what I watch is more off of YouTube because I'm just too busy for streams all the time.
Well, I guess the one where I'm trying to be more personable, let's go with that, more understanding, would be the one with Enoch recently.
Yeah, because that gets hard because it's in the debate platform, it changes it up. It's not a normal conversation.
Yeah, of course.
So there's a part where saying what they're saying is almost platforming them, and then that kind of becomes a big question. But if you're willing to go through that path of trying to talk and empathize with them, there's a couple like just verbal types of techniques that could be done, and I don't think it will hurt it. So the biggest one is that emotional one. Another one is what was it? Mirroring and summarizing what they're saying after they're done, and then attacking like a main point after that. With Mike Enoch, I watched that one. I'm trying to remember points.
I'm really curious on the, so one thing that you said so far that's kind of interesting that I haven't considered before is the idea that asking somebody why by default, like, puts them on the defensive rather than, like, trying to figure out, like, you know, what led you to believe a certain thing. Are there any, like, big points like that or other kind of, like, conversational techniques like that that you know about?
Yeah, so one of the ones is, like, mirroring and summarizing their points. So when you're going to attack theirs, you're writing down your notes and you're just assuming that they remember what they said, right?
Kind of, yeah. Or at least broadly speaking, yeah. Or well, right. I try to. I guess my goal in a conversation is that what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to acknowledge and restate all the descriptive claims they've made. So all of the factually correct things that I agree with about the world. And then my goal is to take that, and then after I summarize those things, try to offer a different solution, a different prescriptive claim about it. Like, well, instead of, you know, I agree that, you know, this and this and this and this are problems, maybe this could be a solution instead. Is typically is my goal, I guess.
Yeah, so and that sounds a lot like what we're doing because people are giving their own I'm just going to use emotional because that's what I'm more used to, but they're giving their emotional statements that aren't completely caught up in the facts, and their idea of a solution is take somebody hostage, kill myself or something, and we're trying to give a different prescriptive solution for it. So one of the things that you could try also is mirroring and summarizing, and that's kind of just like before you start, it would be like repeating what they said, either the end of what they said or just a general census, and then you attack that rather than attacking every single little point, because I feel like on the online cloud, or I don't know how to say it, but basically that community, everybody says everything with so many conditions that it's going to end up sparking 1,000 different tangents. Somebody says this, and then when you go to say something about that, and they go, well, I meant that under this, and this circumstance. You go, okay, under this circumstance. Well, I meant that under these circumstances with these conditions.
Yeah,
and it's really all because they realize what they said might have been offensive to somebody or some way, and they want to protect that image of
You're talking to a guy who does this.
Okay, yeah. So I have a specific question with this. So I can give a specific example of this, and then I'm curious what.
So one thing that comes up very commonly is booby streamers. Are you familiar? Is that term?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I understand the term Twitch thought.
Yeah, sure. So booby streamers will come up. So I might be talking to somebody, and they'll say something like, I think that women that booby stream are shameless or disgusting or something, right? Somebody will say something like that. And then
fucking train wrecks.
When that argument progresses, so be like, okay, well, when you say somebody like that is, you know, shameless or whatever, what is wrong with that? What do you mean by that? What behavior is shameless or wrong? And then instead of getting an answer, what I'll normally get is more and more and more and more qualifiers. Actually, a really good example was when this is a long time ago, but did you ever know about a debate I did with Sky Williams over booby streamers?
No, I haven't heard the Sky Williams one. I'm more familiar with the recent one with the Squad W drama and all that.
Yeah, the one that I had with Sky Williams was perfect because his thing essentially started off with women that wear cleavage are taking advantage of men online, and that's it. And then when I had the conversation with him, eventually his position that he retreated to was women that stream and tell men that there's a good chance that they'll date them if they donate money to them, that those women are harmful. We went from something that encompassed 50% of women on Twitch to maybe a handful. I've never even heard of this happening before.
Right.
Yeah. I guess
I feel if that happened, that would make some sort of news, actually.
Clown.